Today is May 6th, and we'll go ahead and call the budget workshop to order. 2019. Basically, what we're going to do is go through this line by line so that you guys can see. We did this back for this fiscal year budget several months ago when we sat down and went line by line, just to give you an idea of what the current budget that we're working on for the fiscal year. So this is going to be similar. We're going to go right through line by line. And these additional pages that Emily's put together breaks down each department even further, so that way it'll help you understand the dollars. But yeah, but we'll go through and we'll go through these line by line so that you guys can understand the budget that's being presented. So we'll start with budget appropriations. Be on page 1. We'll go ahead and start.
What you see on the screen there, we're starting with 015001. That's the County Judge's Office. There are salaries in here. And the salary schedule that was sent to you, the way this works is this line, if you can see my cursor there, this line looks back at this document here to see the breakdown of that line item as to who that's paying and how much they're being paid.
And I just want to make a point because I know some people totally do not understand the salaries for certain elected officials like myself, the sheriff, the jailer. When you look at the county judge executive salary, the state sets that salary, as well as the sheriff and the jailer and the clerk, county clerk. So those are statutorily set by the state.
So on that first line, which is 0150011010, is that you can go into the payroll side and it breaks that down for you. You should see it should be $101,200 for that line item. What that does is this takes that total and then rounds it up to the next 100. And this is the salary. This is the total package. This lists out and breaks down your FICA, retirement, health insurance, if you're HRA, and life insurance. So it gives you a total for that individual salary. So if you're looking at these at home or later on, these should link together when it's a salary line item.
And the salaries, and that's a good point, we'll bring this up so people understand we participate in KHP. So what they offer, the employees pick. We have no say on that. So what is offered, the individual employee will go in and select which option they want.
Yeah, and in some departments, sheriff's office, road department, even park, that are a large department, sometimes health insurance can have a $10,000 swing a year per one person. You know, if you get married and have kids, went from single to married with children in February, we may have only budgeted for you to be single all year. So we would have to cover that change, and that's something that we try to allow for, but it's kind of hard to allow for that all the time. Usually the department's able to cover any of those swings within their department budget. But when we have a new employee and we're unsure, we usually try to budget them in at the highest so that we know that it's covered. Do you want to go through these salaries and line items individually?
Yeah.
What the normal procedure is, I do have some questions. I don't know if you want to wait till you get to them or.
We'll go, yeah, Typically, we just go through every line. I think that's the easiest way to do it, go through each line
Okay. We
all
looked,
week.
yeah, we looked at 101 already. I'm gonna go back over to the salary side so we can go through these next few lines. This is deputy judge executive. This is administrative assistant. This is judge's training fringe. This is public relations. This one was new as of last month. This is other. This is HR, and then a portion of the intern that works between my office and his office. She does a lot of filing. We split that budgetarily. My office pays for half, his office pays for half.
Why is there a 12,800 increase on that?
On this line item,
Kevin, if you can talk into the mic,
Oh,
she can't
sorry.
hear you.
On the HR and other,
okay.
why is there an increase of
That-
12,800 on that?
That's because of Brad losing the ABC portion. The ABC portion is going to the sheriff's office, but he was retaining the salary from it because that was his original salary. There was no change from what his original salary was when we took on ABC, which was right when he got here. Part of his salary came from ABC.
And
Am I-
well, there was no HR too, so if you remember, the budget that I fell in on was already approved before I got here, so he was assisting with the ABC. ABC is not a full-time, there's just not, Scott did a really good job getting it up. Since we're a new wet county, he did a good job of getting it where it is today. I don't see it as a full-time position, but HR, as that grew, HR is really where that increase is coming from, because it is a full-time position. Does that help?
Okay, thank you.
That's all the salary from the judge's office. So I'm gonna I've switched back to the appropriation side. There's a new legal line, has $10,000 in it. Office supplies.
What is the legal line?
That's $10,000. Typically, there may be issues that I convey with an attorney on issues, so that's to cover any legal expenses.
Outside of Jason?
County attorney, yes. Any other questions on that?
Okay. Office supplies, uniform. The uniform is Desiree. Bonds. Travel expense. And equipment. And then the other is fringe off of salaries.
Confident you can make it a year with $2,000?
In
Sorry.
equipment.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why,
That's just out of that office?
the reason why it was $10,000 less is we bought a new printer.
Okay, you knew about a need.
Yeah.
So normally $2,000
Yes.
is,
Yeah.
okay.
You can see in,
There's a stickler in that.
Yeah.
Adam, so she-
in 16 and 17 and 17, 18, it was $1,500 to $1,000. So
Yeah.
that would be normal. It was just replacing that copier.
Okay.
Okay. County Attorney's Office, I'm gonna switch back over to payroll and go over those lines. Jason Darnold's salary for county attorney from the county side. Jacob Ford is assistant county attorney.
Jacobs, less.
Why is it less? I think that's due to just the structure changes between Jason's arrangement and Jeff's. Is that accurate?
Yeah, we got some extra money from the state, and so
Awesome.
just having one assistant as opposed to what's been always the practice for years and years of having two assistants. I was able to restructure a lot of the budget, and we got more, like I said, more money from four salaries from the state, and then picking up a little bit from our fee accounts too. So
Okay, great.
So yours is not one that is mandated like we talked about before. It's not,
correct.
your salary is not statutorily.
No. He has a cap. The county attorney's office has a maximum that they can't exceed, but I don't think we're close to that.
No, it's,
And
seems like the number is like 123,000 is the cap for me, and we're at 115, so we're way under the cap. And that can't, the 40,900, other than a,
What you'll see when we go through this,
Hello?
the department heads, we've sat down with all the department heads, so the department heads have actually gone through this budget with us.
what was I getting ready to say?
Talking about the 123 and you're about
Your cap.
115.
Yeah, the 49 can't be changed up or down other than for the cost of living during the term.
okay, the investigator has been removed, so that's zeroed out. This is county attorney, office assistant salaries. These are salaries that are paid by the fiscal court for his office.
And that's not, is that that decrease is full-time or part-time, or you doing without a part-time? That $5,600 decrease?
I think it,
Are we actually
I think
talking
it
about?
again just goes to the way he's got it structured differently.
Okay, so same thing.
The biggest chunk
And there was an intern that you removed part of that intern.
Yeah.
You reduced that some.
The biggest chunk is that doing away with that county investigator, or county attorney investigator. That took away 17.7 on salary, and it also took a big chunk out of FICA, retirement, health insurance, life insurance.
Office supplies are from 10,000 to 5,000. Oh, I skipped one of no, let me go back to payroll for y'all, because this kind of breaks down a little bit further. This is his child support employees, and this shows their salaries, which is completely reimbursed. And then there's only $19,300 of those employees that is not fully reimbursed, including fringe.
Jason, are you okay with that office supply amount? I see your lowest actual expense has exceeded that by 1,300 in the last few years.
That was, what, Brenda, we had to buy something that caused it to go over. I can't remember what it was,
I can't either.
but yeah, looking at it, I don't think we'll go over 5. I mean, if something were to come up, we may have to ask, but I mean, I don't think we're going to go over 5. And then there had been budgeted for 2 full-time summer interns, and I've got 2 working the summer, but they're combined. They're only going to be equal 1 summer intern. So
Then uniforms is for his staff also. Any more questions? I'll go on to county clerk. Okay, clerk's office, this is, for the most part, it is fringe on his employees. And usually, the clerk's office pretty much breaks even with us. Sometimes they're slightly in the red or slightly in the black, but, the past couple of years, they've been pretty decently in the black by a few $1,000s. The only other thing besides that fringe that he has is his bond. We that because he doesn't have money in the very first of January, and that's when it's due, so we pay that on his behalf. It works out in the end that he would be, had he paid it himself, we would have just been short that money from his excess fee payment, so that kind of washes out. We are responsible for the budget, or his audit fees, not budget, I'm sorry, but his audit fees, so those are in here. And then he has a small office supply line item for things that he cannot pay for out of fees. That is like water, coffee, and some of the paper products that they have that they distribute from the clerk's office. Y'all have any questions about that? Okay. We want to see if Eddie can come up here, or do we want to just go through this with ourselves?
Yeah, we can go through it. We've sat down with Eddie on it.
Okay. Probably this first big section of his is salaries, so I'm going to switch back over to salaries. Okay, the sheriff's line is the same as what Judge explained. His is statutorily set. These are deputies. There's several of them. He does have, I believe he has one leaving in June and one leaving, I think, in October, but I think he's going to be off work from July. So we've calculated for those two to be those two replacements. And he does have an additional deputy on there that he is asking for. I believe the deputy is going to be a detective, is what he's asking for. And something that we decided to do this year that is different is we had 2 ABC employees outlined in the prior year budget. Sheriff Byers never put anybody in those 2 positions. After Eddie took office, Sheriff McGuire has actually 4 running those positions now because he had budget amounts for them and his general fund budget was tight. So we switched several over to ABC. We felt like it was a better scenario for ABC dollars, and rather than to identify this employee is all ABC, what we've done is we've given 30% of their salaries. If you're a road officer, the 30% of your salary is paid for by ABC, because all of those road deputies are going to be interacting with some type of alcohol issue at some point. So that took $228,000 off of this line item that we're switching to ABC. This also, because the sheriff's office is picking up those ABC dollars, this removes that amount. He is going to assign ABC to a deputy. The duties, my office will still handle the receipt of the fees, but the sheriff's office is gonna handle the enforcement side of the ordinance to make sure that they're following the law.
Let me ask you, just so I can get this in my head here, because I'm not seeing these two numbers. So if you're looking at the entire budget there, the office of the sheriff, so it says FY 1920 budgeted for deputy sheriff salary 887.7. So is that after you take out the 30%? But that doesn't totally match though, right? Or does it? I don't have a, maybe it does.
Yeah,
I
it's
guess
right here.
Does it? So
Right
the
there.
$1,090,000 minus,
The $1,090,000 is current year. Yeah.
okay. Okay,
850
all right.
is
I gotcha.
base, then you've got rank and detective and several of their other types. So 887.70 is the total of their gross.
Was that rank and detective? It's the same? I guess my
Um,
question is it, there's no increase? Is that what
No,
what you're saying?
there's not, no.
Okay.
This is really not relevant to the budget. Does anyone know how many deputies we have? Someone asked me the other day, and I wasn't sure.
We have, I want to say,
That rank and.
I think
and-
21 without the additional, without the new one.
I think if you look at what was budgeted last year, as Emily said, those two positions that weren't filled, that number has been that. I think the additional one is this year that he has budgeted.
The ones with the asterisk by their name, those are road deputies, and that, so 30% of their salary is the one that is paid but out of ABC. The salary is the same. It's just where we're pulling those funds from.
Gotcha.
There's no change in the total amount of the employee's pay. Okay. Next line item is school resource officers. And I'm in payroll, so it may go slightly out of order with your overall page. But this is the school resource officers. This is the new budget line because last year when we created the budget in the beginning, it wasn't in there. But this is the amount of the employees that's in that contract. Sheriff's clerks. This does have, this is a increase. Heather Smothers, there's no additional increase for her. Trista Lovett, though, he did have in his budget to bump her up because of her coming out of a probationary period and a promotion to chief clerk, or I'm not sure what what her title is, but that he was making a salary adjustment for her.
And that's something we approved a month ago or something, right? Didn't we? Didn't he bring it?
He may have, I can't remember.
I was thinking.
Yeah, anything like
Yeah.
that, yeah, it's approved.
In the prior years, Sheriff Byers didn't budget for part-time help they usually worked throughout the year, but he didn't budget it in the beginning. This year we have budgeted for the Renee, which is part-time help that's been there for many, many years. That's her, about 350 hours. And then Eddie, is wanting to hire another part-time employee at about $11,000 per year. Court security,
Did you go
I'm sorry.
over school resource officers?
yes.
One thing to keep in mind with that too is that the way that the sheriff contracts with the school, the way that the school reimburses, the county actually fronts these dollars until those payments come in. That's just something to point out there, how it affects our,
Cash flow. Court security. The ones with asterisks are approximately 1,200 hours per year or less. They do not have benefits, so they have to stay under that threshold to keep from having benefits. I believe all of these are still working, but there is a lot of turnover with this position due to the low wage rate per hour. I'm gonna move on to overtime. Sheriff McGuire, has changed the overtime structure. He's eliminated most of the line items to break it up so much. He does have federal overtime. He wants that separate because they get reimbursed for federal overtime, so he wants to be able to track that separately. I think, and then clef pay, we have to pay the deputies for their clef pay. There's an overtime line item for that that's tracked as well. And then everything else we have chunked into other overtime. I believe he has reduced the number of hours to, I think he's shooting for 2,500 hours of overtime or less. This is the employee's clef pay for the sheriff's office. This, I believe this amount is reimbursed from the state. Is it, Judge, do you know that?
the clef?
Uh-huh.
Yes.
I thought so. That amount, so you won't see an income line that will match that. The way that happens is, Trista will submit payment or a pay request to the state. They reimburse the sheriff's office, and then when the sheriff's office turns in fees to us, that check is in there. So there's not a direct wash. It goes through the sheriff's office and through fees to us. The sheriff's training incentive, there's probably a reduction on that just because the way the training incentive works is there's a year 1, year 2, year 3, and year 4. And Sheriff Byers was a year 4, and Sheriff McGuire will only be a year 1. Okay, I'm gonna switch back to appropriations. If you don't have any questions over payroll. Okay. He has advertising, audit expense, this year, we got hit with 3 budgets. So next year, hopefully, we would just get 2. It would be nice if we only got 1, but we may wind up having 2 again. So I budgeted for what 2 should be. Some of these line items, I don't know that I can answer what they're for. technology and software for office. I don't know what that's for necessarily, but other than some type of office software. He's increased the blood alcohol testing line. There's no pest control. I think that has been removed throughout the budget.
I believe that BA testing increase, I keep hearing that we're going to get a new intoxilizer, so that may be related to that.
I don't know what execution expenses are. Yeah. He's made quite a few reductions through different areas, and there's a few areas where he's combined some line items if you see an increase in some things.
And let me just ask as a point of reference, so does he prepare a budget and come in, when y'all met specifically with him, he had
Yes,
this,
yes.
Yes,
Yeah, he already
So-
had this put together.
okay.
yeah.
There's
So
a,
as far as
Yeah.
changes to what he had, were there any major?
One of the things that, with him and the jailer, we discussed, he wanted to have pay raises. The jailer wanted to have a pay raise, or a new position. And, the sheriff had a new position or a 2% increase across the board. And I asked him to choose one. So he chose to have a new position, and I believe Roger chose to have the pay raise. But other than that, he came in with this prepared.
Gotcha.
this storage container. We are building him a building, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember if we've budgeted for that building in here.
It was already, I think it's,
I think it's right, no, that's not over here.
should be in carryover, or not carryover, but we had that this fiscal year, there was.
I think it's, there it is. It's in this budget. But anyway, line 3540 for a storage container. That is for the box that they have down there on the parking lot, that when this building gets built, they won't have to be paying that storage container rental fee anymore. So depending on when we get that building built, this may have a little bit of savings in it. The line 4010, deputy expenses for ammunition, guns, and vests, that was at 16,000. And after I reevaluated carryover and looked closer at ABC funds, we felt like the ABC funds could cover that $10,000 out of this general fund line. So there are still $16,000 as a whole budgeted, but the other 10 is budgeted in the ABC budget. Fuel,
And
Go ahead.
this might be a good segue. When we first came out with the ABC budget, one of the things that we did as we're going through here, you may have seen back then, items budgeted in ABC, that what we found, as we went through the year, there weren't those monies sitting there, and then there was a need. And so we decided, going into the next budget year, we're not going to be budgeting things for ABC that may be software upgrades or some type of a daily, weekly need, and those line items going short. I think fuel was one of them. So
Yes.
you'll see that a lot of this stuff in ABC is things that he can plan for a lot easier, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, we found out that budgeting operational expenses to ABC was sometimes more than it could handle at the time when in its infancy. With it having a little bit of buildup now, that wouldn't be as big a problem, but still, we've learned that it's probably better to budget something smaller, such as payroll, that's gonna come out over over a larger period of time versus cars that may come due all in August, that are big chunks, because our cash flow comes in quarterly. Sheriff's Office fuel, that line item has been combined into, under the fiscal court line. We've got one fuel line item, because the fuel management system, all those fuel bills, I'm gonna have to pay those out of one line item. Then we can have sublines for each department. So we want to make sure that each department is staying within, his was 100,000, so we want to make sure he's staying within that 100,000. But that's just going to be an internal investigation, to make sure that they stay within those. But to pay those bills, we'll just have to pay them out of one fiscal court line item.
In that particular line item, when we get to it, does it actually show broken out, or are they just in,
Did I? Yes.
you broke it
Yes,
out.
I've got it
You broke it
down
out.
on here.
for each? Okay, so
'Cause
Yeah.
it's important to, as we go throughout
Yeah.
the year, we.
internally
department
at
heads-
least,
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we want to see how close we were from years before. If we see a $40,000 difference,
Yeah.
that's kind of a big deal.
yeah, okay, that's good.
Auto repairs, I've skipped down through several that I felt like are fairly self-explanatory. Auto repairs is down $21,000. That is because he is planning on going with a lease option and replacing, I believe, 6 cruisers. So he's thinking that their maintenance costs are gonna go because their inventory is better. I noticed there's a $5,800 increase to the Wi-Fi jetpack line. He's combined a few line items into that one. Same thing with his travel, the 5760. He's combined several of those different travel lines into one travel line. Down towards the bottom, 501-57390, that's the 43,000, that's the lease payments on the new vehicles. And the 75010 is 60,000, that's the fitting for those vehicles. And then below that, that's the storage building that will be built to rid us of the trailer that we're renting that's in the parking lot.
Are the bids in on that, or is that from the engineers, or what?
Do you remember? On Eddie's building. Has he gotten bids on that already?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know where he's at on that.
I think he had a general idea,
He
but
had some quotes, I believe, but. Or he did mention some quotes, but I can't remember them off the top of my head.
y'all have any additional questions about the sheriff's office?
No, ma'am.
Okay, coroner's office,
Because I think he was gonna use some of the monies that he got from the
the surplus auction.
surplus
Yeah.
auction.
Okay, coroner, first line is salary alone. The next line is a deputy coroner's line. We normally have two, we only have one at this time. But that is for, that line item is budgeted for two. Then we also removed his fuel line. I believe his was $800. Bond, no, the supplies, we've got 2,500 there. That's the same as it has been in the past. His bond, parts and repairs for vehicles is usually what that's for. And travel and training was kept the same, and new equipment. I thought we
I
changed new
thought that was
equipment.
1,800.
I thought so too.
Yeah.
How come there's nothing in there for the fuel, Emily?
We've got it moved over into the next slide into under fiscal court, which says commissioners. I've got all the fuel broken down in there.
Yeah. All the fuel in the departments are gonna be in the fiscal court.
Gotcha.
Let me see if I changed it out here.
Yeah, I thought it was 1,800.
No. I'll go ahead and make that change.
So I heard him talk about rent. I assume he brought that up, or, I mean, because we don't have a spot for
Well,
him.
yeah, I mean, it was discussed with him, as far as trying to find, because right now where he's at, once the new facility is built, at some point, if it's a projection of 9 months, once the clerk's office and the maintenance crew moves over to the new facility, the coroner's
gone.
office, yeah, because of the way the relationship was with the prior coroner, where it was somewhat housed out of the business, he's been advised to seek out options as far as, you know, if he can get an RFP, put it out and see if there's anybody that would want to cost share that with him. So he's working on that. I don't know where he's
Okay.
at on it, but.
Gotcha.
Okay, commissioners? Salaries, have been reduced to 25,000 each.
So we've not had a budget workshop with you. I guess this will be ours, in a public setting versus what everybody else has to you, so. Thoughts there?
Yeah, we were looking at this all the way back in 2016, comparing what we were doing in years past and the average salary for commissioners in counties of our size. If you look at McCracken County, they're 60+ in population, 60,000 plus in population. So they're double our size. And the commissioners there, I believe, when Brad gets back, he can pull it up, but it's like 24,000. Our practice in the past was the cost of living allowance that the state would give, the statutory requirement for myself, the jailer, the sheriff, and the county clerk. The COLA that is sent with that, the state sets that. We don't even have any control over that. But what the court's done in the past is they've just added that COLA to everybody, even the elected officials. So when you look at our pay for commissioners or magistrates, because of that COLA, it's continued to increase over the years to where it was almost $35,000. And so we felt that needs to be an average that's consistent with other communities that are the same as ours. So that's why we tried, well, it wasn't gonna, the fiscal court votes on it, in the last fiscal court. I knew they weren't gonna vote on it, so that's why it's been dropped down to 24. That's the same as McCracken County.
I want to read this. In accordance with KRS 64-530, a magistrate or commissioner shall be paid for their services out of county treasury not to exceed the maximum compensation allowed under KRS 64.527. The fiscal court shall fix the amount to be received within the above limit, but keywords here, no changes in compensation shall be affected for any fiscal court member during his or her term in office.
What's that statute?
It's got two it refers to. The first one, paid for their services out of the treasury, is 64.530, section 6. The other is 64.527.
And I guess the fiscal court can't vote on that, to change that, if they chose.
Yeah, that's based, the statute's actually based on a constitutional provision. I think it's 161. And there are several cases that prohibit that from going up or down during the term. Now, obviously, 3 years from now, if you wanted to vote to change the salary for the next term, then that's doable. But,
Okay, so that change should have happened last
yeah,
budget year.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, when we changed the mayor's salary at Benton, we had to do it prior to the election, and it took place during the next term.
Okay. Well, then we'll have that for,
Got a question for you, Emily, on that.
Whatever year that would.
If that remains the same, I assume these other numbers will revert back also?
yeah, if the statute says we can't change that till before the term, then everything that changed will go back.
Which
And then
other,
we're gonna have to,
are there line items in
I was just referring to the other
specifically?
line items down through there that were changed also, the retirement, health insurance and all.
yeah, it's gonna affect everything.
Yeah, that would change also.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That
Yeah, the
means-
fringe will make a difference.
What's that total?
Let me see here.
Whatever it currently is, right? 10,
But that's, the basis for that is
2.5.
to get our salaries back down.
Okay, it was 128, 200. And it will go to. $164,400.
wait now, hang on. 102 to 160.
128, too.
What number is that? Where's
It's
128?
the combination of all of them.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That's okay. And
Said it's going from 102 to what?
164. That's with all of those other line items
Oh,
changing
okay.
as
I
well.
started to say it shouldn't go.
Yeah,
in.
no, it's not
Okay,
just,
okay.
no, that's not just gross salary. That's salary and fringe combination change.
Okay.
So what's the total?
164,400.
Just one point of clarification, you'd mentioned the COLA. That is not, a COLA is not considered a salary increase, because there's another statute that references the CPI, Consumer Price Index, so it's supposed to, you're supposed to be able to equal your purchasing dollar.
I'll go on record to saying this. I would
Rubber
never-
dollar is what it's
I'd never
called.
personally vote for a salary increase for commissioner while I'm in office.
And if that's not changed, what's the issues there? if any? Can you just explain that, just so that everybody knows?
If what's not.
If it stays as is, or if it's changed to the statute?
Talking about the salary?
Yes,
Yeah.
just so that people know.
You know, you're talking about the salary differences, right?
Yes, the KRS 64-530, the two statutes that were read off.
So, obviously, and it's in reference to Section 161 of the Constitution, that's where the statute comes from. So, the rationale behind that is, I mean, it should be obvious why there's a prohibition on increasing it. I mean, the legislature says and the Constitution says you can't get into office and then, you know, raise your salary. You know, that's obviously self-serving. The rationale for not being able to lower it is that when a person runs for office, he or she should know what compensation they're going to get during their term in office. So that's, and there's court cases that when it says no changes, it says no change up or down.
Right.
So that's from the Supreme Court, so.
Right, and that's, I can see where that up or down, why they have that, but, okay. Anything else on that? You got that at 164, that total?
Yeah, I'm looking at, I'm making sure my things are carrying over right in there. Not exactly. Mercy. Gonna close this, reopen it. Berserk.
When did we mail that out? The 30th? The budget? Yeah, okay.
Sorry, I just want to make sure get these changes in correctly. Okay. The training fringe for commissioners is taken down to year one also. Advertising for fiscal court, we cut to 10,000. Part of our thinking was that our threshold for, bids has gone up, so we don't have to, so we'll be required to advertise less.
And
Doesn't
that's
mean-
all that is, right? It's just for,
In ordinances, like
Muni- like-
when we do, I know with budget, after we get this done, I have to publish the whole thing. So, I mean, there's certain things that won't change, but then there's smaller things that will.
Have we looked at, are there any other avenues, posting it on our website or anything to cut?
What's
Some,
that?
if, any advertisements that, like, if
There's
we're
a-
taking a bid for something, we can say, you can look at our website to see the specs, so we wouldn't have to advertise as much. But as far as like budget goes, no, we have to do it in the entirety. The statutes have not caught up with today's times.
Okay.
Yeah.
Computer software development. This is a big jump, it's 80,000, but, I have that broken down for us. There's 6,700 for Laserfish. That is our, document retention, is that the right word, Des? Software. There is 5,700 for Time Clock Plus, which feeds into our current and new payroll software. The fuel management is 4,500. DRMS, that is tax collection software, that's 3,000 a year. And then in this current fiscal year 20, next fiscal year, is 58,000 and that's for the software solutions for the treasurer's office. That is one piece of that bigger payment. I broke it down for fiscal year 21, the obligation would be for software solutions would be 65,000. In fiscal year 22, it would go down to your annual maintenance of 17,500. Legal fees here, that's kind of a mostly unused item. Scott, what was his name? He came and talked to us about the sexually oriented businesses. That was a special, that was a one-time kind of thing. Fiscal court filming, we've bumped up a little bit just because I think we find ourselves having a few more meetings than normal. Tax bill preparation has gone up slightly due to the number of tax bills that we have to print. We are responsible for the costs of the bill printing. The clerk is the one that we pay for that to be printed. Here's where our county fuel line is. In 0150254290. Over here to the right, and is not on, I didn't include it in, because over on the side, sometimes I just have internal checks and balances, but the sheriff's is 110,000 of this 310,000. Coroner is 800. We didn't have anything in there for GIS. Why is that, I wonder? Office of Emergency Management is 1,650. Animal Shelter, 1,000. Parks Department, 19,000. Road Department, 175,000. And the jail, 4,500. That totals 312.50. And we felt like we will see some type of savings somewhere. We feel like we will. So we only budgeted 310. Y'all have any questions about that? Okay. No uniform allotment. Bond expenses, that's for each of yours bond. Internet and phone, 50,000. That is very similar to the fuel line. That's almost all of our phone lines chunked into one category. There's some, 911s are separate, and there are very few from the sheriff's office that are separate, but for the most part, this is all of our phone service. There was a reduction in travel for commissioners. I think it's been $5,000 per commissioner in the years past, and it's $3,000 projected for next year. There is nothing in for the water model for next year for Jonathan Creek, that project.
We've got, I just had a meeting this morning with Jonathan Creek, and they're going to present before our next court meeting for this fiscal year a project to use about 3/4 of those dollars. I know we discussed it's in our carryover, but they're going to move on that project. So I'll have some figures by next court meeting.
3/4 of that 200, is that what you're saying?
Of the 100.
Of the 100 left,
100,000.
okay, I got you.
And those are budgeted right now. They're going to have a solid number, and I'll bring it to the court on the 21st.
Parkway vehicle lease, that's for the Jeep Cherokee. Oop. Enterprise vehicle lease, 60,000. That is for the agreement with Enterprise for this upcoming fiscal years.
That's just based on their model that they gave us. It's not, we won't know exactly what that is until, right?
Enterprise?
Yeah. I mean, it's based on what they're telling us we should turn over,
Yeah.
right? So it just gives, this is just more of a cap. And this is for like other departments.
Yes.
Obviously,
Yes.
so
Yes.
it's gonna start showing, reflecting on the fiscal court's line item, even though it's actually road department or sheriff or whoever, or not sheriff, but.
We may be able to move those appropriations around if we see that 2 of the trucks are for the road department. We may remove that line item from this, remove it from here and add it over there. That's just something that we can do throughout the budget year, or we
Right.
can just leave it here. It might be cleaner or easier to see if it's all in one location. I'd be
You know
open to
you're not
your
over
all's
here.
opinion and interpretation of to how you want that to look. Capital projects, there is nothing in there for next year. We don't have anything for safety and OSHA compliance. And we do have 150 in there for the 319 grant funds. Y'all have any more questions on this section? PVA is mainly for the one employee, that's Casey Tubbs. And then our statutory contribution to the PVA office. There's a possibility that this may be over budgeted and our portion only be 75,700, but I highly doubt that, and I feel like we'd be better off to budget for the full $100,700 in the event that it is that high. Okay, treasurer's office. I'm gonna switch back over to payroll. This is your treasurer line. With my retirement, I don't know if you all want to make changes to this or not. But it is currently as is. That also reflects finance officer, an assistant treasurer, and then we do split that part-time employee with the judge's office. As treasurer, you all approve for me to participate in a certification program, which pays just like your training incentive program does. However, with whomever will be coming in, they would be at year one also, so I reduced that rate down to a year one. Refuse District Accounting Services has been removed. Transient room tax, that was removed last fiscal year.
Are you all still doing the refuse accounting, or are they having someone else do it?
Our agreement with them goes through June 30th, so
Okay.
we will do it through June 30th.
So they'll be
I don't know
taking care
if
of
they've been notified or not.
They've been notified.
So will we have anything, I mean, will we, potentially, I guess, we'll have, this will change because of, your retirement, or will your retirement actually happen after we'll already have approved this budget? We won't have a new treasurer in place by the time this budget
Depends.
we have.
The goal is, I mean, with the retirement, it's obviously up to the employee and
Yeah,
when all that pans out. We're shooting at June 1, but
Okay.
it could be longer, to the end of the month. But
we'll just have to amend it after the case, I guess.
Yeah, if you all wanted to make changes to it, if you already had it in place, it's just as simple as appropriation transfer.
Yeah.
We do those nearly every court meeting.
Right.
So it shouldn't be that difficult.
Gotcha.
Software maintenance, this has a couple of the softwares that we still currently use and will use for another few months. It looks like our go-live date's gonna be in November for the software, so we will need to carry the maintenance programs for this coming fiscal year for two of the softwares. The tax collection software, we have not paid for the maintenance fee this current year. It had tripled from the beginning of it, of what that fee was, and we rarely need support from them, so we just removed that altogether. And if we were to have something where we needed to contact them and have a small bill for some, I think we would be better off just to pay by need versus a maintenance agreement with them. Their maintenance agreement's very high. So I've reduced that line item to reflect that. Office supplies and postage, I've reduced that line item some, but I fully expect that you would see an extra, probably $2,500, maybe a little bit more. Brenda sent out her quarterly payroll tax, and instead of just sending one quarter and sending them 4 times a year, we sent all 4 quarter returns and the reconciliation return out with one mailing. So that one mailing was more expensive, but we will have eliminated 3 more mailings. So And we feel like you're gonna save money doing that because not everybody is gonna call and ask you to send them another one for the next 3 times. So, I wanted to leave that in there to give us some cushion in case it's not as much as we think, but I think mainly between the postage and the printing supplies with the letterhead and the envelopes, that we will probably save more than just a couple hundred, or just a couple thousand there. That's uniforms and bonds for my office. Those are higher because they're higher bonds. Travel expense. This, for the current situation of my office, this travel expense is ample. When Karen and Brenda and I travel together, we all stay together. With my retirement, that may not be the case in the future, but you all might need to keep that in mind. And equipment is $2,000. I'd like to see us wind up with scanners on all of our desks so that with the new software that we can scan and attach backup documentation throughout that software. I don't think 2,000 would cover 3 of those desktop scanners, but we could buy 1 a year. Or maybe this will cover 2, and we can move some of the savings from postage into equipment, something like that. But I think that should be a goal for the office, is to try to scan and keep some of those paper to a minimum. Do y'all have any questions about that? Okay. Law library, the fiscal court is told by statute to pay the circuit clerk to keep a law library. That payment is minimum of $50 a month, a maximum of $100 a month. So we pay the $100 a month, that's $1,200 a year plus fringe. And then the other line item in this section is guardianship expenses that comes from the court system, where we are to pay those by court order. You might want to explain what that is or why that is. I don't think that, I know Lisa came and spoke to the prior fiscal court, but I don't know that they have heard the full.
Okay, guardianship expenses. Guardianship is kind of what it sounds like if you get let's say, anybody, well, an adult, 18 or older. If it's 18, it's usually somebody with severe developmental disabilities, or if you're talking elderly, it's usually somebody who's in stages of dementia or Alzheimer's, can't take care of themselves. So they come to our office. Our office is charged with helping to facilitate getting the guardianship filed with the court. And once that is filed, the statutory procedure requires that a team evaluate that person. That team consists of a social worker, a MD, and a psychologist. So all 3 of those interview the person. They come up with a report. It's either a jury trial or a bench trial. They just changed it last year to allow bench trials for the first time ever, but some of them still go to jury trial. But those expenses help to cover the evaluation, because lots of times these folks don't have the resources to get those. They may not have insurance that covers the doctor visit or the psychologist visit. So.
Okay. Election expenses. There is one employee that the fiscal court pays their salary. They are an employee of the clerk's office. but the fiscal court pays that. The fiscal court has the responsibility of paying for elections. So that does include that one employee in fringe. This does include 2 elections for next fiscal year. Roughly, our election officers run about $23,000 per election. That's for your people that are working the polls when you go to vote, that there's usually a minimum of 4, sometimes there's 6 or 8, depending on the how big the polling place is. We do pay some of the polling places. Usually it's churches. We pay them $100 for that day for rent for the facility. There's $3,000 for office supplies. This is down a little bit from last year. Last year it was up because of the fire, in case that there was something that came up more than in years before. So we've already had one cycle and got that back in order. So I feel like $3,000 is very ample to cover those supplies. Ballots and instructions, that depends on the size of the ballot sometimes. But roughly $60,000 should cover 2 elections. And there is election equipment for $6,000 in here. That's to assist in those, the electronic poll worker tablets. We're moving to an iPad to register when you come in to sign the registry. It will scan your driver's license, and it's on an iPad, and we flip it to you, and the voter signs their name. The clerk's office, the clerk wants to have a backup supply, so if somebody drops one or gets shattered or something like that, that we have a replacement that we could come down there and not halt the election process at that precinct.
So that election employee, I just want to understand, that's actually the fiscal court. There's one employee in the county court clerk's office that is that, and that's who retired last year, so
Yeah,
this
Claudia retired.
decrease is not a decrease in
Right.
someone,
Yes, it's just.
someone with less experience that we get.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. Okay. Economic development, this is our coordinator or director's salary. We do have that at 100% this year, where in prior years it was split with the port. The secretary's salary or administrative assistant salary has been removed from there. I believe Josh is going to take on those duties himself. He has reduced office supplies somewhat and travel also somewhat.
I cannot personally support that salary staying the same for him since he resigned from the Riverport Authority position. I know they were paying part of his salary and benefits. I think we need to take a very close look at that and come up with a solution there.
It's noted. We can go ahead and move on.
Okay. Courthouse. This is our janitors at this location. There are 2, and we budget for some vacation and sick relief for them, so that if they do take a vacation, that we have a part-time person that can come in and sub for that janitor, so that we're not putting the whole building's weight on the other janitor, so that there's usually 2 people in there. It's probably also a good security measure to have 2 people in there versus just 1. This does reflect an increase for Ginger. When Rita retired last year, Ginger we have not reevaluated Ginger since she were put into the lead of the janitor team. So this does reflect an increase for her, and it also gets her within our pay scale that she should fit into.
Before we go along, we'll go back to Josh's salary. Kevin, you've looked at this budget. I think I emailed this out April 30th. Do you have any suggestions where, since you're not going to support what currently is budgeted?
I'm sorry, I didn't.
You've looked at the budget, obviously. You don't like the fact that he resigned and then his pay is going to be reflected. Do you see, I'm just curious what your suggestions would be.
Well, I think we've got a track record of if someone is assigned additional duties, even recently, they are compensated for those duties. So it only makes sense to me if you resign from those duties or a duty, that salary shouldn't remain the same.
All right, just so we're clear, the board, you're talking about the refuse board or the Riverport board voted to pay half his salary. And you don't think the fiscal court should pick up that salary?
I think we need to discuss that in depth. I mean, he obviously resigned from that position, and the Riverport Authority thought he should be compensated for it. I mean, to the tune of $57,000 with the benefits. I don't think, I can certainly sit here and say I think he should still be compensated the same salary as the previous year.
You know, you voted to dissolve the Riverport board,
Yes.
okay? But there was no discussion as far as pay, dissolving the board, and,
He resigned, if I'm not mistaken, prior to that.
well, he's still, he resigned as a board member. He's still doing the books for the board. And
Until-
that budget that they approved is up until July 1.
Mhm.
But I'm curious, you've had this budget. Is there any recommendations that you have?
I was hoping, you know, we would discuss it. I was kind of surprised when I seen his salary still the same.
Where would you pull those monies from?
Where would I pull them from? I'm not saying pull any from anywhere. I don't think his salary should be the same.
No, yes, I understand that. If you're going to reduce his salary, what would your recommendation be to reduce it?
I don't know that I have a recommendation. I was hoping we could have a discussion about that. I mean, if I'm the only one opposed to that, then I guess.
I mean, we're having it right now.
Okay.
What's the recommendation that you would come up with?
Does anyone else agree with me on that? Does anyone in here think, I mean, do you think the salary should remain the same on that? I'm open.
Personally, I have to say, economic development is essential, obviously, and I think Josh does a good job. I mean, you know, obviously with Southwest One now, he's got a lot going on. I can't support decreasing it. I understand where you're coming from as far as the pay is now going to be on us, but I also think that is an essential position, and I think that salary based on other counties our size is struggling for the word, but you know,
Well,
in line anyway, I guess is.
And I think the issue too is, you know, do you even know why he resigned those duties?
I had heard a couple comments, but I can't say I actually know why.
Have you talked to him?
No, I
Why he
haven't.
resigned? You might want to talk to him.
I mean, another part of this equation in my mind is, for example, I mean, most recently, we just went over this. The treasurer's office no longer takes care of the books for the refuse. Therefore, the monies they were being paid is deducted. I mean, that makes sense to me as a business owner. If I have an employee that's no longer doing the job, they're not going to be paid for it.
If you would have come and talked to me, I would explain to you that to have a sub account on the new software that you approved, it's going to cost them $50,000. And then moving forward, she's retiring as a treasurer. The last thing I want to do is put on a new treasurer if, you know, when we find one coming in to pick up extra duties. Whoever comes in to take over the treasurer's responsibility is going to have their hands full, and I'm not going to support them to put extra duties on them regardless if it's being paid for. In addition to $50,000 just to have a sub-contract under that new software. So I've reached out. Do you know how much? And I've got some quotes from companies that actually provide that service. They're getting, for $15,000, the treasurer's office doing those duties. We're doing all the books for them. So the reason why we're not going to move forward with that is that they can get somebody else to do those books, and that responsibility is not going to be thrown in the lap of a new treasurer. And they don't have to pay $50,000 to be a sub. Now, if I'm saying that right, a sub account
I
under
don't,
the new software.
I
But
don't remember getting a quote on what that would be, specifically, but yes, it would have to be another company within that software.
so there's no comparison there. There's a reason why that we're not going to move forward, in my opinion, especially with a new treasurer coming in. That's the last thing we need to be doing is throwing those books on a new treasurer. But back to Josh's pay, there's a lot that Josh does. $60,000 is what this fiscal court used to pay into the board. So did the city of Calvert. Those dollars in 2016 were not funded to the Riverport. So the board, as they always have, voted to subsidize his salary. Him resigning doesn't, in my opinion, doesn't have any effect to those additional dollars. The duties are still the same. That's just my opinion. I'm just curious if you had a suggestion other than what was recommended. Okay, we can move on.
Just in case, I want to go back and just reiterate about the salaries for the custodians in this building. Ginger, there is an increase for Ginger to get her up to lead janitor staff, and it gets her within where she should be in our pay scale within the administrative code. This does have $3,300 budgeted for them relief staff throughout the year to be able to utilize their vacation or have sick time, to have somebody work in their absence. Pest control's been removed. Other contract services is at $3,000.
Let me ask, if you don't, I know we talked about you know, that came up in a budget workshop before, the pest control. So obviously, we've decided to, we've moved that off a couple of different spots. Are we gonna put out a RFP for
We've
that?
reached
or
out,
which-
we've reached out to some other agencies and as needed for those services.
Okay, so we're just gonna do it on an as-needed
Yeah.
versus contract basis. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
In the future, if, rather than it being in all of these different places, with there being no budget there, it might be easier, for you all to, like we've done with the fuel and the phone, is just have one bulk pest control line
Yeah, I
item
would
somewhere.
think.
Just so that if it's an as-needed basis, you could put $500 into one line item.
Yeah.
Instead of putting $100 in 10 line items, you know, and then you
Yeah, I
can,
agree.
then you can add to it as needed as well. Just moving forward, that might be an easier route for the treasurer and the court.
Yeah.
Cleaning supplies is 5,000. They are doing a good job they're utilizing a lot of, less expensive options, vinegar and alcohol, things that are very inexpensive, but yet still clean very well. So, there's been a reduction in that line item, and I feel like they can get within that very easily. This is the uniform line item for both the janitors and our special projects or maintenance crew. $300 for labor and $100 for janitorial per employee. 15,000, that's repairs and maintenance to this courthouse. Part of that is our elevator maintenance contract. It's fairly pricey. 50,000 for utilities for this building. 1,000 for miscellaneous. No equipment here. And then 10,000 for continued remodels throughout the building, the building. You have any questions about those?
Is remodeling, Emily, is that basically materials, I assume that?
Mm-hmm, yes,
Project does.
yes, yes. Other buildings, the first line item is a sheriff's office custodian. That is one of his clerks. She is tasked with the duties of cleaning the sheriff's office. I think that has been done in-house within the sheriff's office like that for several years. I think part of it's probably a security issue also, but that's continued as it has in the past. So we pay a portion of that employee's salary out of this line, and then he pays the rest of her salary out of his clerk's line. Maintenance salaries, that is our maintenance crew, special projects crews, gross salary, that's for 5 of them. We've got lease payments in there for 12 months in the event that we do not have the new multipurpose facility up and running before the end of the fiscal year. There's 30,000 in maintenance supplies. Just kind of pop up. We had eliminated that pest control line. We've also eliminated the Hardin Community Building lease agreement payments. The current lease agreement, I believe, states that whatever we collect from Hardin Community Building, that we would forward to the South Marshall Senior Citizens. And I believe there's intent to restructure that agreement to where that would not be continued.
The monies would go to the Parks Department since they manage the park there at the facility.
So that was currently, would you repeat that again? I'm sorry. Where that went to?
The South Marshall Senior Citizens.
Okay. And it would be diverted to the parks.
Yes. We have 220,700 for utilities for other buildings, and this is every other building that we own that doesn't have a specified place within our budget. And then there's 2,500 for tools and equipment for maintenance crew. Do I have any more questions about that? Okay, Judicial Center. What you see here in salaries for judicial and maintenance, that is a portion of maintenance. Because they are maintenance crew, special projects crew, they are still tasked with performing a few duties within that building. So I take 8% of their total salary and charge it to the Judicial Center for them maintaining part vents and what are those, filters and stuff like that that they're doing down there. We charge 8, and it's been 8% for a few years now, so, and the AOC's.
That comes out of the ALC, 250, whatever.
The form that we just had in
Right.
court, yeah,
Comes out of
Yeah,
that. Okay.
that's part of that reimbursement.
Gotcha.
That's a
So,
big, they are a big help down there.
the maintenance.
this does have the janitorial services at 120, and you all selected a different, amount there. What was that?
Was it
amount?
98?
It was 43.25, or was it? I thought it was
month?
43.25. That's $50 different, yeah. It was. I was thinking it was 43.25 a month, but. Wow. No need to,
Somebody called Denise.
yeah.
What's that difference?
You were right, Monty.
Okay.
That's 51,900. Does that include products?
So, the thing about that is, when they initially put their quote in, they didn't say that it was for products, but after the fact, she called me and even left, I think, a letter for, I don't know if she left a letter for, I think that was more for like the 24/7 on call, but she said that she would throw in the supplies, including that cost. So, yes,
It's included in there.
in that cost.
That's the way I understood it too. She actually
Did she
called me and
talk to- okay.
yeah, and I'm pretty sure
She didn't outline that in the quote, but
Right.
she did say that afterwards.
yeah.
So,
What's that gonna make that number?
It's the same. It's not.
It's 51,000, I'll make it 51,900.
1.9 versus.
The budgeted amount or the,
We had budgeted 120,
Right.
and I've reduced it to 52.
52? So that'll make the number in the difference to be what?
60,000?
Oh, okay. I got you.
68. If that includes supplies, building maintenance and grounds, those expenses shouldn't change. Judicial Center insurance. This is where I charge AOC for the insurance cost. The property and liability, and the earthquake coverage that we have on that building. I've itemized that out so AOC can see that and reimburse us for their portion of that. Utilities is at 90,000. And the maintenance, generator and maintenance contract, I've got it $900. Is that? So this makes our total expenses to this line 258, or to this, not this line, but this section, 258,000. Do you remember what that was, what that agreement was, Des, that we had last court meeting? Was it
You have to pull it up.
227?
I can't remember.
I thought it was like two. No, it went, yeah.
Which one was it?
You're right. No, it was, yeah, it was 250 minus something, so it was. I'm thinking 224 or something, but. I think I may have.
There it is.
Isn't there? No, there's another.
Yeah,
Something less.
25409.
254.
So,
I actually had that figure, and I was thinking that there was something off.
so if we take that into consideration, the following fiscal year, we're gonna owe ABC, or AOC back money. If this is all, if this is truly all we expend out is 258,000, then we're gonna owe them back, because of 258, 502.
I don't think that's been the first time we've done that, have we?
I don't think so. 869. It's gonna put probably about $30,000 over what they should pay us.
When do we normally receive their payment,
They come in quarterly,
payments?
yeah.
But isn't that still at a 80-20, so you really can't look at this number being
Right.
more and it being an issue because they were only gonna pay 80% anyway. It's just capped. So,
It's just something to keep in mind throughout the
Yeah.
year.
okay.
EIS,
So do we have any, as far as like, before we move on to that, are we assuming anything from the issues that we have going on over there? Are we just gonna wait? I mean, there's no way to budget for that currently, knowing,
There's no idea. Right now, they're working on the air quality, and then
testing or whatever.
they want to
Okay.
see how that, I guess, affects before they move forward. I guess it's the due diligence that they're doing, which is good.
Yeah.
For us, it doesn't help us out.
Y'all have any further questions about Judicial Center? Okay, I'll go to GIS and IT. They have one line item for all of their payroll. That includes all 3 full-time GIS IT employees. That's Andy, Sandra, and Chad. And then Casey is included in here, but only 60% of his salary posts here. 40% of it posts to building inspection. Andy felt like we could drop one of our IT support contracts, so that removed $8,100 from the budget. We've got website expenses continued at $1,000. Computer software maintenance agreements, $40,000. That is our software maintenance agreements. Do you know which ones those are? I think part of it is our antivirus, some of it is licensing. There's 2 or 3 different ones that fit into that, but that's their annual maintenance agreements. Our phone system, we've got that pretty much in place everywhere, so we've reduced that to $2,500. It would just be replacing like a faulty handset or something like that if one were to be damaged. Desktop management, we've left at $15,000. That is where we have given Andy a line item to know whose computers need to be replaced. Rather than me being responsible for budgeting replacement computers for my office, because A, I don't know when I need to do that, and B, I have no idea what I need. So we've given him that ability within his budget to identify that for the departments. And then that's something that the department doesn't have to prioritize. And it keeps our equipment within, I believe, we don't keep them as long so that they're more under warranty. Server maintenance, data processing supplies, he did say that we're gonna have to replace the server next year. That one's getting aged, so it's time to update one. That leaves $2,500 for their office supplies and uniforms, $300. Travel is $12,000. Their travel is quite a bit higher just because we don't have the big trainings and stuff that fit their requirements here. They have a lot of those in California and in larger places that are more. Yeah. They do have a fuel and maintenance line here at $1,500. Do we remember why we left that here, or did I just forget to move it?
It should be moved.
Okay.
And the lease is not part of a new lease, that's a current auto that they own,
Yes.
right? So it's not part of that 60,000.
Okay, that brings the gas total estimate to $313,550. Do we want to leave that at 310, or do you want me to adjust it in some way?
What's the difference?
3550. I think you'll probably be able to see those savings. Or be able to monitor it through the year, and if it, towards this time next year, if it's getting low. And then this is their vehicle lease payment for the Durango.
So has he discussed any more about the Google, update or whatever? I know he was trying to find, that one time he talked to us, he was trying to find, there's another.
The state's doing it.
They are? Okay, good.
Okay, no more questions on GIS? Okay, emergency management, they have one salary line as well. That is both for Kurt, our director, and Darlene is administrative assistant, and then Kurt Schmidt, which is his deputy. They've made reductions in office supplies, and training and safety supplies, and travel. $3,000 for utilities. Those are utilities that are dedicated to mobile command or something specific to emergency management. Maintenance repairs, 2,500. That's going to be for the vehicle. Generator maintenance, this is for the repeater at the high school, the courthouse, the road department, and the detention center. We put them in this budget because they are an emergency device. They kick in if we have an emergency and have no power. And that way we've got one person overseeing that all of those are being maintained like they should. And 12,000 is Code Red. That's our emergency notification software. We can probably hit ambulance. That ambulance service is $203,000. That's our annual contract amount with the hospital. I don't know if you all have gotten in very deep with that agreement, but that's the amount that we pay them annually for joint participation with the ambulance service. We have $500 in there for building and supplies, $8,000 in for uniforms. That is a part of that agreement that we pay for uniforms, and recertifications. There's $500 throughout the year for any employees that need recertification of their EMT or paramedic license. And then equipment is at $125.
Emily, why was that amount larger on the 18-19 budget, the 3,500?
That was their training, if I'm not mistaken. I think he came to court and requested.
Yes, he did. He came to court and requested some additional materials that would allow them to be a training facility. And since then, he's turned over, I know, at least 2,000, I believe, from Graves County, where that they're able to train people, other EMTs within their facility.
Oh.
And so they're turning around and giving those funds back to
Awesome.
us.
Good investment.
Yeah. And they don't have to travel to get that recertification for themselves either.
If there's not any questions on the ambulance, let's take about a 10-minute break for restroom.
Thank you.
Pick up with fire protection on page 9 of 17.
Okay. There are a few random little pieces throughout this budget that are like this. These both are statutory items that we have to pay throughout the fiscal year. I can't really tell you much about them, other than we have to do it. Animal shelter. Their pay is in one line as well. The only thing that's changed throughout their pay is the overtime budget has been reduced from, the current year was about 4,300 down to 1,000.
Which line number are you on, Emily? I'm sorry.
01-5205-1720.
Oh, okay, that's all on the same line. Oh.
But that counts for, that one line accounts for all of their personnel, both full-time and part-time. The spay and neuter, $700, that is what we anticipate being left from their grant from the state for this year. That would carry over into next year. Normally, lines don't carry, but with this being grant dollars that we know that they will not have spent yet, we were able to forecast that. Euthanasia expense is $1,500. And I think that's also, we might need to put euthanasia and disposal. Because part of the increase to this line is that they're no longer able to bury the animals there in the landfill, that they are going to, I believe it's Mayfield Veterinary Clinic for incinerations. Luckily, they really rarely euthanize, so it's a minimal expense because they do a really good job at adoptions. Food and supplies, most of that is donated. Occasionally, they do need some specific food if they have a especially thin patch of puppies come in that need some type of a special formula or type food. But we do have an expense line for that. Cat litter, I know, is one that we buy very often. We increased her building maintenance line a little bit because we want to make sure that our maintenance staff, we want them to give the bills to that department that they're at so that that department head can see what maintenance is being performed and what the expenses are at their department level so that we can kind of get a better idea of where maintenance is working. Their fuel,
I
let
think
me
you
see
had
if
it on there.
it's still in
Got it
there.
on there.
Yeah, it's on the other.
Yes. We did we leave it in there for any special reason? Oh, okay. Office supplies is common. It was already in there. 600 for uniforms. Their uniform allotments are $300 each full-time employee. Medical supplies is $7,000. Travel expense is $1,000. And equipment is $12,000. And that has to do with some of their lease payments on their vehicles. There's not anything, I already talked about, there's not anything in there for the Johnny Creek Water Project. Sanitation, this is Lindell. This is the line item and fringe that sanitation is supposed to be trying to reimburse us. But that is all payroll with the exception of the $800 phone expense.
What's the amount that they
Um,
reimbursed? Or what's the difference?
For this year, I haven't reconciled exactly how much they owe us for this fiscal year, but for Lindell's total salary in a year is roughly $77,000. And that's the amount we want them to reimburse us, but I had gotten over just about 20,000 is all I've gotten. The next group is the county paid sanitation employees. This is 2 employees. Jonathan and Erskine with $5,000 worth of overtime. These are employees that the fiscal court has opted to pay for the sanitation district. These are dollars that currently are not expected to be reimbursed. Y'all have any questions about those? Okay. Miscellaneous health services, those have been zeroed out for a while. It's taken a while to zero those out, but they've been zeroed out for a while. Next is cemetery board. Cemetery board is, there's a, county has appointed a board that looks after the cemeteries. There's a travel expense with it, which is, there's 5 board members and they get paid $30 a month to oversee those. That's expected to be a reimbursement for fuel for overseeing those cemeteries. This past year, they haven't utilized any of their $5,000, so we did cut that back to $3,000. Other county services, pauper burials is at $500. And special service group grants is at $50,000. That is your nonprofits.
So we're reducing that by 170,000.
Yep, last budget, it was reduced to 100,000. And then the court amended and put it back to 200,000, and then this budget, it's 50,000. And it's been a discussion since 2016, that those funds are obviously getting less and less and more competitive.
And that consists of which groups exactly?
Which nonprofit groups?
Yes, sir.
I think we had 9 or 10. You get the list. Yeah.
It was, I've got it up there. 5,000 to the exceptional center. It's kind of tiny. Let me see if I can. 5,000 to the exceptional center, 3,000 to veteran support group, 2,000 for Haven of Hope, 7,500 Hoop Fest, Marcella's Kitchen, 13,000 Benton Calvert Senior Citizens, 92,500. Main Line, 35,000. Ramp Ministries is 3,000. Whack Pack is 2,500. Hardin Senior Citizens is 30,000. Arts Commission was 3,500, and Clarks River Wildlife Refuge, 1,000. That was the initial $198,000 that was distributed. In October, there was an additional $2,000 given to the Exceptional Center. Following that, there were payments, about 4 payments of a little over $4,000 to pay for those agencies to attend the workshops. So total this fiscal year, we've spent $216,808.18. But a total of $200,000 alone on nonprofits.
If we cut that to 50,000, some of these will close. I'm not prepared to do that.
So let's,
Do what? I
let's
didn't
say,
hear. I didn't hear what you said.
I said if we cut this to 50,000, some of these will be forced to close, and I'm not prepared to do that,
You're not prepared to do what?
for some of these to close.
I'm trying to understand where we have a responsibility to, where it's an unmandated, these are grant dollars.
I understand.
Do you have any documents that show that they're gonna close? Which ones are you referring to?
If we take funding from 216,000 to 50,000, some of them's gonna close.
Do you know how much we still owe on retirement?
How much, yes, well, you've told me 800 and something thousand.
We've got 24% of the 48%. If you look at the budget, we've got to come up with another $450,000 over the next 2 years if it stays at 12%. There has been ongoing discussion since 2016 to try to get the nonprofits that do rely heavily on county government and state government to understand that when those dollars shrink or come competitive, I mean, it is, you're going to have to make a decision. Unfunded services that we put out, or $450,000 for an example, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money.
Where would you suggest that money come from?
Before I did this to our nonprofits, I would suggest taking it out of our savings. I mean, we have
So we're,
a portion
okay,
of interest on our
all right.
savings to go towards that.
Fair enough, you take it out of your savings. What happens when the savings runs out?
Well, it would take many years for it to run out for
We're kicking a can.
nonprofits.
We're kicking a can down the road is what we're doing. Now, there have been options put on the table for those nonprofits to where we can create, and we're going above and beyond to where we can create an environment where they can actually go out and fundraise and raise more monies.
I have, over the period of years, been a part of raising hundreds of thousands of dollars for nonprofits in this county, and I'll continue to do so. Good Lord gives me my health and the ability. And I've been out and talked to some of these. And yes, there's areas for great improvement with some of them, but some of them are doing the best they can also.
Well, once again, you're saying you're not supportive of 50,000. Where are the money's going to come from? You're wanting to pull from savings?
If we have to keep these nonprofits going, yes, I'll go on record as saying that.
How much is in savings?
Well, last I looked, there was 3 million
That's investment.
and change, plus interest, investment, savings. I mean, sorry for the terminology there. I call it one and the same in my household.
So you're, yeah. I don't think that that's a very good strategy when we don't even have any documents, nothing that says that these organizations are going to close. And nor are we responsible for keeping these organizations open. If you open up a business, is it the county's responsibility to keep your business open?
They never have helped me any.
The answer is no. I mean, to think that we should be focusing outside of the budget. I just sat here and said, we've got to come up with $450,000. And there hasn't been nothing put on the table as far as where that $450,000 is going to come from. Let's say it comes from savings. That savings is going to go quick. We're already subsidizing out of the occupational tax. We've had discussions of getting 911 off of our budget. If we're successful at that, that subsidy can go towards retirement. That's a plan that's been put on the table that we've had a discussion about, and you just recently voted against it.
I did.
So you're wanting to dig in the savings. To
No,
keep
I don't want to dig in the
unmandated.
savings for anything.
This is unmandated. There is nothing that says that, and when you speak to the professionals that I've spent a lot of time since 2016. I've sat down with these organizations. I've told them it's coming. You can't sit back and ignore it. The retirement system, I can get on a soapbox of how cans have been kicked down the road and then the burden has been put on us.
I get it.
Nobody thinks about the taxpayer.
I've got businesses and employees. I get it. I get it.
You get what?
I get expenses. I get expenses spiraling out of control with things. I get it. I mean, for the last 20-something years, I've been a business owner. I get it.
Your plan is to go to the savings. I'm just going to say, that's not a very good plan.
Okay, that's your opinion, and I would rather not, but if it meant creating an environment that some of these are going to close, then I would vote to do that.
I mean,
So we just have a difference of opinion on it.
I've yet
That's
to
okay.
see anything, Kevin, that any organization is closing. I haven't seen one shed of documents. Not one. Have you seen a budget of these organizations?
With the support they were given last year at 216,000, you think 50,000 they're going to be able to operate?
216 was the total amount that we gave a taxpayer's money,
I understand.
and we don't. Do you have a budget from these organizations?
I have not, no.
I've actually seen it on other boards where I sit, where organizations request monies, grant dollars. Now, these are grant dollars. We're putting these out in the
understand.
forms of grant dollars. They're very competitive dollars. But they're not, just like Dr. Long, who came here and told us. He said, what we've been doing for the however many years is archaic. 30 years ago, they started changing. I just got an email the other day from KOHS. The monies that are available for grant dollars that we apply for and our agencies apply for are being very competitive. And the priority on those grants are cybersecurity. Do I go running to the state and say, hey, we're going to have a burden down here on our budget, give us more money? It doesn't work that way. And it should be no different than organizations in our community. Is it something that we need to be discussing? Yes. And I'm sitting here telling you, I've been discussing with these organizations since 2016. Some of the organizations, the leaderships, who draw a lot of monies from the county, I've personally had in my office more than one time, telling them, trying to explain to them. We even paid to bring professionals in the nonprofit world to give them training. You look at some of the organizations, we just went and toured one, $1 million fundraising initiative, and how successful that is. There's organizations out there that are making it, and there's organizations out there that if they're having trouble, it's, we can only do so much, but we've got burdens on our budget that we're trying to manage, and that's exactly what Dr. Long said. If you put all of your monies in government, when the government monies start to get tight, then the organizations are gonna have hardships. And there's taxpayers out there that we're taking their money out of their pocket. We have to justify, that's why we're doing the grant applications. We were giving out these monies in years past, and we couldn't tell you what they were going for. We couldn't tell you what a return on the monies were for. We couldn't even tell you if the organization was recognized by the state as an actual 501c3 business or nonprofit organization. We put all that in place. Just because, you know, the reason why we have $50,000 in there is because that's our budget. And the dip in the savings, that's not good. That's not a good plan either. We've come up with options for them if they want to participate. We had a nonprofit meeting in here. When was that? 2 weeks ago? Last week? We had a nonprofit meeting to share with them other ways that they can get out and partner with us out at the park to try to raise monies. That's how we can help them raise monies. But to sit here and say that nonprofits are going to close their doors, you need to give me more evidence than that.
Well,
And
Give me evidence or not when you're cutting them by 170,000.
you understand that these are tax dollars.
I understand. I've talked to a lot of my constituents about this very subject. 90+% of them, very same comment. They want them funded. So that's people I work for, and that's my decision. We disagree on that, and that's okay. I can disagree on anything with anybody
Yes.
and move on, but I do disagree on that.
Did you share with them the strains on our budget?
A lot of them have seen the budget, and I've talked to a lot of them extensively about the budget, and not every single one of them.
Do
but
they
most
understand-
people-
do they
Most people
understand
that I've talked to are aware of this budget, they're watching this budget, and
Do they understand
work
that
for
we
them.
have to come up with $450,000 for retirement? Was that even discussed?
did I discuss that with every single person? I couldn't tell you, probably not.
Monty, were you going to say something?
Well, I guess the question I have is in whatever amount that we budget, what will be the process as far as, I mean, in this particular case, I think the last budget, you know, it was discussed, obviously. I mean, I saw what happened, and at that time, you all last year had requests, right? You had, prior to the budget being done, you had requests from each, or no?
No, we didn't have anything. The way we did it the year before, when I came into office, it was just built into our budget. There was no grant dollars. It was just, we were putting money, and actually we created this problem, in my opinion. We just put monies to certain organizations.
Right.
We can't do that. We reached out to the auditor's office and pretty much to try to find out, one, can we be doing this? But certain things that were put in place was, one, you got to find out, one, that they're actually a 501c3. And then two, put it out in a specific line. That's why you see it, special service group grants. It's budgeted so that the taxpayers can pull it up and they can see how much money of their money is going out to nonprofit organizations. So we put these things in place to be accountable. Then we put in an application process, and sitting down with Dr. Long and Weber, you know, they helped us put that application together. So we open up a window. We just had our meeting last week. They picked up their applications. They fill out their applications. Then they turn in their applications to us. We review the applications, and then we award the projects. Last year, none of that was done. It was literally done right there on a piece of paper.
Understand.
So, I mean, this is like deja vu in some cases, where not looking at the budget, we're enabling and we're kicking a can down the road, and we're using taxpayers' money. And that's why it's frustrating for me, is because we've come a long ways. We're making it more visible now how much monies are going out the door. To where in years past, if you had to really look at the budget, in some cases, I don't even think you could look at the budget because you'd see a bulk number.
So if we do it the way that it's been discussed in the past, and it was discussed with those nonprofits that attended a few weeks ago, they understand that, so that's not a decision that comes back to us as a group. All we are doing is the total budget comes from us, and then once that application is given back, do we have a committee, or is it just?
No,
Yeah.
the applications are filled out for their projects. And when they turn in those applications, some it's just 100% labor. Others are actual projects that they submit for. And we try to, at the end of the year, identify that they actually completed the project so that we can see a return on what our money went to.
So we get to see where the money went to and what it went for.
Some turned in, some didn't. So, but the goal is to get to where, if you turn in an application with, and we don't have like a United Way in this county.
Yeah.
But if you were to turn in an application for United Way, I mean, they, just like us, when we turn in a grant application to get federal or state dollars, there are a lot of prerequisites that we have to put and meet, and they're very competitive dollars. So that's where we're at now. That's where Dr. Long says we're archaic, because we don't account for the taxpayers' money. And to be a good steward of the taxpayers' money, I felt that it was very important that we account for those dollars, because we literally just were sending them out the door. So they fill out that application, and it was explained to them that it was explained to them last year that the monies are getting tight on our budget, and we've got to make some decisions to free up some of these subsidies that we have on our budget. The retirement, that's going to be an annual payment from here on out, and that's close to $900,000, and we've been sending $200,000+ out the door. I think we've got to get that straightened out first before we can literally sit here and say how much are we going to give for grants. It's not how much are we going to give for this organization, it's how much are we going to make available for grants. And then those grants are going to be competitive. I mean, that's where we're at. And it's not going to be easy, because you got organizations that have been dependent for years on the way it's been done. And in a way, this has been going on since I've been here, 2016, trying to change how those tax dollars go out, making it more competitive, making sure that we know where the dollars are going, that they're going to actual nonprofit organizations, and then a return on those dollars that are going out. Because, if someone came up to me and said, well, you got $200,000 plus going out the door, what are they going for? I couldn't tell you. But I heard it last year that organizations were going to shut down. And to me, and I'm hearing it again this year, that's something that it shouldn't be thrown on us as elected officials, because we're responsible for this budget. And we are responsible for being good stewards for the tax dollars. Any organization that's out there, we even went above and beyond with bringing the parks in. There's an application that they can, we started it this year. Any nonprofit that has gone to the training, there were some that did not participate in our grant application, but they went to the training because that training, those guys are sought after. And there were other nonprofits that went to that training, and they were very thankful. Everyone was very thankful that we gave
Those that attended, yes.
Yes, and
I heard from.
Because that's valuable information. Sitting in here with the nonprofit groups that were here last week or the week before, Brittany was sharing with them other opportunities that they can get out and try to raise monies for their organizations. And there was at least one or two that have reached out to her to find out, how they can do that. I go back to 2016 when I sat down with some of these organizations. I was flat out told no. And, we can only do so much. But I'm not going to, I feel that we have gone above and beyond for what we can do with the restraints, not the restraints, but the burdens and the commitments that have been put on us. And the retirement is a serious issue, in my opinion, because that's close to $900,000 that goes straight to retirement.
I don't disagree with what you're saying at all, obviously. What I personally, just sitting here going through this, obviously we're going through expenses first before we've talked about receipts. So, that's the one issue that I'm having, at least, is just being able to see, okay, and it's not that I don't trust that number that you're telling me. I do. I just, to be able to make that difference between 50 and 200, I need to see it on the other side. Does
Sure.
that make sense? I mean, it's
Have you have you
financial.
gone through it, the receipts and the,
Yeah, but to a certain extent, but I wanted to do a lot of that here today
Sure.
too, so that she could explain it. I mean, I have a finance background, but I'm not a CPA either, so,
Neither am I.
well, and some of the, and I understand, there's assumptions in there when it comes to the receipt side that I just want to better understand. That's all I'm saying.
Sure, no, I understand. I would feel that our responsibility is to make sure that we have, those requirements, obviously the retirement solidified so that we know where those dollars are coming from.
Yeah.
And that getting 911 off of our budget. And then you got the issue of the occupational tax. We subsidize the general funds with the occupational tax. I think in this one, it's gone up, I believe, $4 million. We're still subsidizing the general fund. And obviously, the worst-case scenario could be that one of our major employers in this community were to lay off, we would immediately feel it overnight. And we're making decisions today so that we can make sure that we're solvent, or not solvent, but in a better position later. And right now, with $450,000, if we keep going at the 12% increase, that's going to be here, you know, in 2 years. Next year will be 200 plus thousand. The year after that will be 200 plus thousand. And I think that we need to make sure we identify those dollars first. And this number is obviously what we had at the time. We gave those priorities to the departments. You know, some wanted to increase, the sheriff wanted to put a new deputy out on the road. The jailer wanted to give his people some a raise because retention, trying to retain his employees. He's having a hard time retaining his employees. Those are the things that we should be discussing and focusing on. And then at the end, we look at what do we have available for grant dollars. That's just my opinion.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you, and that's what I'm saying. This is obviously in the middle of what we're discussing, whereas it needs to be at the end, like you said.
Well,
Or I mean, I know
to say that, you know, organizations are going to close their doors, we need to fund them. That's a broad statement, in my opinion, because we're dealing with taxpayers' money. And there is nothing that has been presented to me since I've been here that these organizations are going to close their doors. I have yet to see it. No. Here's, you know, the amount of monies that they bring in. And, you know, that's one thing that Dr. Long talked about. If they're organized to where they're just bringing in government money, that's a bad position to be in if a large percentage of your money is coming in from the government, because you're at the mercy of the government. But we've also took that in consideration, and we made available an option for these organizations that want to partner with our parks to get their message out, to help them get their message out for raising monies for their organizations. I mean, that hasn't even been discussed with this body, but we've discussed it with them. I know me and my staff, we've sat down and we said, okay, you know, if there are organizations that need help, well, instead of coming to the general funds, why not help them get their message out, partner with the parks, and if they have an event, you know, help advertise it, help promote it to get people to come out to support these organizations. You know, that's the, I mean, you can look at Marcella's. They did a $1 million fundraising initiative. And hearing their story when we were over there was impressive. And that's exactly what they did. They went through the training, so it can be done. But that's not our job to go out and manage those organizations. And that's, I think that's a fine line. We put grant dollars out there based off of our budget, and then those organizations have to compete for them. But no, we can discuss this obviously further as we go through the budget. You want to pick up?
was that one of those?
It's in, I didn't
Or
print
is
it.
it just in the
because
first? Okay.
It's in one that, in the tab I have, it's called non-department it doesn't have a salary in it, so it's
Oh.
not linked to anything else. So they're just kind of
Okay.
spread throughout the budget, and I've just got them in one separate tab, but I didn't print that out because they wouldn't compile like those do, because some of them are, well, like the statutory fire ones, those are up a few numbers above, and it just wouldn't compile like the others do.
Okay.
I don't have anything for beaver management for next fiscal year. Next thing is nuisance. Nuisance does have a salary of $4,500. That has been appointed to Brad to carry out those duties. So that is his salary, basically, and one line of $100 for office supplies for nuisance complaints.
Our beavers hear that there's been local deregulation, they're gonna go crazy.
Then the money that we put towards nuisance, I suppose, they can call and make a complaint to our nuisance enforcement.
I'm not sure who to notify when I get that complaint from.
Yeah. Have you seen it? I mean, is there a uptick in complaints? Is it, do you think people even realize that we have a nuisance ordinance, even
Yeah.
though it's been out there for?
I'll tell you when it really took an uptick was when, I think it was PVA found out that we had an ordinance, and people would come in to their office and say, hey, we got a complaint about a property, and they'd say, well, I don't really know, we don't have anything, and they came down and like, hey, we heard that we got a nuisance ordinance. I'm like, yeah, we do. Here's the forms, make sure they fill out the complaint form and send it back to me. So, since then, it's got, but it does this. I mean, people complain. Right around now is when they start complaining because it's springtime, everything's starting to grow up, and people start letting their yards go. That's when they start complaining more. But I think I sent out four letters this morning. Just that initial contact, hey, you need to do something. And it seems to help that first initial contact. It's just kind of that ongoing. They may do something the first time I talk to them, but then after that, they may let it go again and go back to the drawing board. But people do got to understand that it's by complaint base only. It's not by me driving around and seeing a property and me doing something about it. I have to get a written complaint that states what their violation is, and then I can act on it.
Gotcha.
Do y'all have any more questions about that? Okay, I'm gonna go to parks, and I'll switch over to salary for a little bit. The first line is our park director salary. The second line is hourly labor staff. It does have 165 hours of overtime budgeted into that, and another 2,300 hours of part-time labor in there. The administrative assistant employee at the park. And then we'll go back to their regular budget. Mower repair is still in there. I believe when we talked to Brittany that they were investigating whether it would be best to purchase or lease a new mower or to trade. Do you remember what she was? I don't think that they were ready to propose a suggestion at that point, were they?
With their mowers?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. I thought we had discussed gov deals or something when that comes.
Yeah, I think they had one that they were either going to trade or sell. We were going to get the price of what they were going to get for trading compared to what we could get sell it on gov deals. But as far as like far as this goes, I can't remember if she nailed down whether it was better to lease or to buy. I think what they were talking about was just trading one in and buying it. So it may be that direction they go in. Because by the time they run through a lease, I mean, they can probably get a decent amount. They just bought it. A decent amount back.
Yeah. Well, am I thinking that leasing it, because this was their first time leasing it, it didn't, I don't think it was the better deal.
Right. Yeah, because there's still a buyout at the end of it, so
Yeah. I think it was better just to buy one.
We did remove their gas. It's in with the bulk line. We took down office supplies a little bit, park supplies. I think we moved we did. We combined this rec supplies in with park supplies we just have one line item now for supplies. Uniforms, this is $300 for labor and $100 for office staff uniforms. $4,000 for travel. We have a fairly new staff out there, so there's probably more educational opportunities out there that they haven't utilized yet. Utilities. Utilities is up, but it looks like it had been trending up. We were up around 98,000 in fiscal year 18 and fiscal year 17. Improvement projects, this has $25,000 budgeted for tennis and basketball resurfacing, and that is to be matching dollars if we were to get awarded a grant. Equipment, we budgeted $11,000. That is going to, part of that is their leases that they already have. I think that's probably all of that. Day use parks mowing and improvement, that is mainly, it's our mowing contract and our mobile johns that are at the day use parks. That takes up a big piece of the majority of that budget. It does leave some other supplies and repair amounts, but the majority of it's taken up by those two items. And we did combine maintenance and supplies into this.
So that's using
Improvement, mowing.
the bid we accepted this last couple months. Okay.
And it did keep the special projects or the Christmas, where we have the Christmas in the park. Usually this 10,000 is usually spent very quickly. Bulbs are very expensive, and I know that they're trying to convert some to LED, so they go through that pretty quickly. But we did keep $10,000 in there for that. Y'all have any other questions about that? Okay. I'm going to continue on through. It's actually on page 11 of the 17 of the budget. These are our debt that we have or anticipate having. First thing is judicial center bonds. That's our payment for the upcoming year will be $40,500. I think our total debt on that at the beginning of fiscal year 20 will be $1,617,000. Of that, there's probably $550,000 that will be paid on that debt by AOC. We're only responsible for this 40,500, and that payment is due in March of 20. We've got 52,000 budgeted for Southwest One infrastructure debt service. That's, estimating, is that the turning lane, or that's the boulevard?
No, the Southwest One debt service, if you look at, the 7,600, 6990, the TVA in lieu, that's 95,000. The total debt service for Southwest One, for the land purchase, I believe is 145,000.
Right, I was,
So that's, those two, I think, are together.
the 52 and the
And the
95.
95.
So it's not necessarily, so the only confusing part about it is that it says infrastructure within that. It's really debt service on Southwest One.
Yeah. The
Total.
reason why we've got this broken out this way is the 95,000 I'll be requesting from PACRO in July. So we've got to show that 95,000 coming in. So the 52 or the 50,000, that IDA has that. That's the TVA in lieu of tax. When that bill passed, the House Bill 114, it was 50,000 the first year, 102,000 the second year, and then 152 by year 3. So PACRO, we're going to request those dollars to cover the difference of the 140. I think we rounded it up to 147.
Okay. Next line is the Arts Commission debt service. That's 19,500. There's a receipt where they pay us back for that. We make the payment throughout the year, and then I bill them once in June, and they reimburse us. So that's a wash, but it is an expense that we pay out during the year.
The infrastructure, I want to make sure that, looking at this, the line extension, we have an estimate that the engineers put together for Southwest One, I think 2.2 million. I think we estimated for the bonds at 3.5, what that cost would be. I'm trying to think where we put that at, if we did it all. The sewer and water line project.
I don't, if we did, I thought it was that 52,000, but,
Oh, that's right, I think it, okay. All right. The 52 is because you pay the 50, that was one of the options that they put. I think, was it Ross Sinclair? It was 52, and then you pay, because our fiscal year is July to June, you would have a $52,000 payment on that bond. And then it would come into the next fiscal year.
it would just be we wouldn't have a full year worth of payments.
Yeah, okay, yeah. So that's what that is.
Okay.
That is
So that's not the
infrastructure.
147, that's not part of that. That's separate. This is for the,
Right, that's the 52,000 that Ross Sinclair had, basically, the way they've got it set up, would be a payment, and then the next payment, I think, fell within the next fiscal year. So that would be, 52 would be the, this coming fiscal year payment that we'd be looking at. The 95,000 is still, for the land purchase, that loan payment. But IDA, that 50,000 is not in our budget. Because
Yeah.
IDA, they request that from DLG, so they have that.
Yeah, I've got a note in here that says after fiscal year 20, the payments would go up to about $200,000.
Backing up just a little bit, Emily, but what's the reason that we're paying the art debt service and then they're paying us back? Is there a reason for that when it was put in place?
When they were awarded a CDBG grant, when they got that, it needed to go through the county because you only a
When was that?
13, something like that. Well, it solely went through us, but the city had a verbal agreement that if they were to default or something, that we would share that debt equally.
I thought we had something, they, in writing, that they agreed to. The auditors were wanting something other than a verbal,
Yes, yes.
so I thought we had something to where it was in writing that they would commit 50/50. Jeff handled that.
I think there is too.
Yeah. Jeff handled that and said that there is, that they would cover 50%.
But when they got that award letter, they had to show that they had matching funds available. So they had to get a loan. Well, they couldn't get a loan because they were a new organization, small. So we said we would take the loan in our name. We went through Keiko's bond pool. It was originally a $350,000 loan. They were to pay us, instead of making monthly payments to us, we just billed them once a year. They asked that we could bill them at the end of the fiscal year. That would give them time to fundraise through that period to try to collect that amount of money to have sent to us in June.
Okay.
So I usually bill them in May or June, and they get us a check. So it will wash throughout the fiscal year, but we do front those monies throughout the fiscal year. Southwest One Debt Service, there's, like Judge said, this 95,000, there's a receipts line for 95,000 from PACRO, so that will wash and go straight to the IDA for them to make that payment. And in future years, next fiscal year, we will get closer to 100,000, 101, 102 in lieu of tax money. So there will be a smaller amount to make up. And then by the third fiscal year, the in lieu of tax funds should make that entire debt service payment. Sanitation and KIA debt service payment, we're estimating $189,000. The state auditors, I am guessing that we're gonna have 2 bills in one fiscal year because we've gotten so far behind and we need to get caught up as quickly as we can. So I've estimated this at about 45,000. So we hope that that's high, but I do think that we're gonna have a couple of years hit us at one time. County insurance, this is our payment to Keiko with the exception of the judicial center. Their quote was $275,771. The judicial building is roughly $31,000. So the reason why you don't see a reduction there is because we're looking at adding those vehicles, those fleet vehicles through Enterprise, and the sheriff's office is adding, I think, 6 more pursuit vehicles. So those combined, I think, are going to eat up that extra that we have in that line item. So we left that alone so that, in hopes that what those vehicles will cost, that this will cover.
And that's just what they call the CAF, right?
Yes.
That piece
yes,
of it.
Yes,
That's the bill. Okay.
Membership dues has been reduced 10,000. There's several that were considered to be cut. I don't have them written out anywhere, but we went through the current years, and the Judge Executives Association was cut. Magistrates Commissioners Association was cut. I think Coal Coalition was cut. Was ATVG left alone? CAECO was cut. Chamber of Commerce was cut. That's the alliance. It was left in place. My CATFO board, that's your treasurer's, that was left in place prior to my retirement with me being on the board. It needed to be retained. Kentuckians for Better Transportation, was that one cut as well? Emergency Management Association, I think, remained. ABC remained. COLA, which is your Occupational License Association, remained. Economic Development, I can't remember about that one. Do you, Judge? Okay, I think so. That's the alliance, and that remained. The PAD was cut. That remains. It's got to do with floodplain stuff. Southern Economic Development Council, I think that one remained. And Jailers Association, I think Roger is on that board as well, so it would need to remain.
When you say cut, you mean
Not
cut.
funded, yeah. They have an annual, that's the annual amount that you pay to be in that association.
We're not gonna be in the Judge Executives Association or the Magistrates and Commissioners Association.
CAECO sends out updates, legislative updates. There's different one, actually, as far as legislative updates. CAECO sends out pretty much the redundancy with all the agencies. They send out the same information. DLG on their webpage, you can go to their webpage and get their, they put out an update as well. A lot of the information that DLG puts out, that's where I get my information.
But one of those that we cut though was CAECO. You're saying we're still gonna get that just by being a CAECO,
No,
or was it
CAECO
not cut?
No, I was just saying, CAECO puts out updates, Commissioners Association and Judge Executive Association, they all put out pretty much the same information. And DLG, you can get the same information off of DLG. I've sat through, I know with my association, and what's the amount there? I can't see that. What was mine? Mine was $3,000.
2113.
2113, just to be a part of that association. So, I know I cut mine. I feel that I can get my information from DLG. I know I understand the importance of an association. And I went to the legislative meeting right after the school shooting and asked the association to get behind me to try to get something moved with the state, and I'll just leave it at that. So, for me, it's a good association. I don't want to take anything away from it, but when I'm looking at the budget and trying to make dollars go longer for us, I can do without the association. That's my opinion.
How come that number, Emily's only 2,000 less when the first two cuts alone were 4,500?
What do you mean?
Am I looking at that wrong? Well, we've got 10,000 budgeted. There was 12,000 budgeted last year. Shows a savings of 2,000 on the membership dues line.
It's 6,000 for membership dues,
Yeah.
and we're at
Oh,
13,000.
I'm sorry, I was
That's
looking
okay.
at registrations.
These lines get confusing. I understand.
Starting to run together.
I understand.
I'm not a CPA, I'm an accountant.
Keiko,
Uh-huh.
that was one that's going to, that's not going to have any effect on our premium.
I don't know. I got an email. I did inquire about what that was, and I got some information back from Scott Martin. But it didn't really, I wasn't really clear about what was a part of being a part, what was a package in being an insurance participant versus being a member. I forwarded that email to you. I can try to find that if you want. You have it?
Yeah, I think we obviously,
What impact that would have.
we need to be 100% sure on that. I'd hate to try to save 1,100 to lose something, you don't think?
When we sat down with Clint,
Yeah, he said he would get us that, and Scott,
I wouldn't think it would, because that's money for them.
yeah, that's it.
We were to apply
Yeah.
for a loan. But they contract out with
That'd probably be
Compass.
easiest. Hey, Brad's gonna forward that email that talks about what the membership relates to. So you all can see that. Registration fees, we just took down a little bit to 10,000 from 12. Reserves,
It's changed.
yeah, I believe it needs to be at. It was, when we started this morning, it was at 22,634. It should be at 55,634 now, I believe. Yes. And that change comes from, we had that in there for the coroner that we thought was in there, that $1,800. So there was an $1,800, I think it was 500 in there, so there, we added 1,300 to this. So that would have reduced the reserves line by 1,300. When we corrected your salaries for commissioners, that would have reduced from that too. But then when we got to the judicial center and reduced that cleaning contract down from 120 to 51, that added back to reserves. So every time we make a change, this number is gonna rotate. But right now, it's at 55,634. Health insurance administrative fee, this is a fee that we have to pay to Kentucky Employees Health Plan. That is, I want to say it's $5 and some change per month per employee that is on the insurance. Unemployment insurance is an annual payment that we pay to KCO. That number is decreased from the prior year. Our, we're seeing that get a little bit better. Same with workers' comp insurance. It's budgeted the same to allow for some flexibility there. But our actual premium estimate is 232,000. If you all have been to a KCO insurance forum where they go into detail is how they come up with the workers' comp numbers. Quarterly, we have what's called a safety committee, and it sounds like it should be about safety, but it's not. It's about insurance claims. But, so that we go over what claims have been filed in the different departments, whether they're vehicular claims or workers' comp claims. If this is work comp claim, is it a lost time claim? And we have made great improvements on lost time claims. We've gone from having a much higher mod at like, maybe we're at 1.17 or 1.2, I don't know. We were big. And we're narrowing that gap. The measurement period, I think, is the past 3 fiscal years. So this next year, a big year will roll off. So we hope to see a further reduction in that next year. I know Keiko has talked about a lot more than I've heard in several years. There for a while, we didn't hear anything about, what's the word? Light duty. Yeah, we didn't hear anything about light duty for a long time, and we're starting to hear more about that from Keiko, wanting counties to implement light duty policies. We did have one long time ago. It tended to be abused, so we eliminated it, and so that's something that they're starting to push out. So you all may get some information on that.
They talked about that and previous item you were speaking about
Yeah.
at the meeting we all went to it.
I don't-
Paducah.
Yeah, from a treasurer standpoint, I'm not real sure how I feel about it. I don't know if it can be done and done well and not abused, and we don't have a whole bunch of people cleaning break rooms instead of working, then maybe, but I don't know, if we can stop it before an accident happens, that would be the absolute best case, but sometimes that's unavoidable, but, going on, retirement expense allowance match. This is for your clerk, your statutory, your clerk, your sheriff, your jailer, and your judge are all given, I believe it is 900 a quarter now. And that comes from different agencies, and it's for different things. However, we have to pay the retirement match on those dollars, so this is the funding for that. HRA account funding, this is the $5 fee per month per employee that has an HRA or a HSA or FSA account that we have to pay. That's insurance administrator's expense. This is our agreement with Peel and Holland to advise, they're our advisors for health and other insurance needs. Employee vacation payout. We had some money in this a while back. The thing that scares me that we don't have this, if we have a big turnover somewhere, or we budget for what employees we have in that department. We don't have an excess budget anywhere. With me retiring, I don't know if I haven't had time yet, but I don't know that my departmental budget can handle my payout, because I wasn't planning to retire when we made this budget. This budget here may not know that we've got 2 employees at the jail that are gonna retire, or at 911 or road park, anywhere. So we don't have a lot of flexibility like that. So when something like that comes up, we've gotta scramble and look where to pull it from. So if we had extra funds, which I realize we don't, and probably are never going to, but this would be something that would be good to budget, say, $10,000 even, would go a long way in aiding in that if we had that situation occur. And if it doesn't, towards the end of the fiscal year, you all can reappropriate it somewhere else. That's just an idea, something that I feel like I need to let you all know is not included in this budget. Our drug-free workplace expenses, we've toned this down a little bit. We can test less often, but still randomly. And the policy, the program cost us less in the overall. In our budget talks, we considered eliminating it in the form that it is, continuing it, but changing its shape. However, the reason why we have it, or the biggest reason, is because we get it certified that we have this policy with our workers' comp carrier. then we get about a $12,000 credit for having this policy in place. That pretty much washes out all the expenses associated with it, and it ensures that we hope that we have a drug-free workplace. So, after we found out the amount of credit we got back for that, we left that in place as is. Wellness program expenses, that I've left at 60,000. This past year, it creeped up a little bit, so, through some restructuring, I think 60 will hold that as well.
I'd say before we go in on the road fund, we recess for lunch. Come back at 1.
So move.
Second.
All those in favor say aye. Motion carries. We'll go ahead and call the special, or the budget workshop back to order. I asked Josh to come up and talk about his condition of employment when he was hired. You want to fill us in on what the offer was?
Yeah, Judge, I don't know what the offer was when I started. I had gone from the county planner's office into the economic development role. And if you guys have any questions about my budget, how we've performed over the years, I don't know if y'all want to hear performance measurements or if you want to look at progress we've made in the last several years. So at any time, ask questions. So when I was hired, there was no contract regarding my reimbursable salary from the Port Authority. That was something that the board agreed to do, and I acted as an administrator of the Port Authority. But there was never any contract between myself and the county or the Port Authority for that matter, so.
Okay. Y'all got any questions on that? Kevin, you got any questions on that?
I guess just prior to the Port Authority thing, what was your salary?
Kevin, I don't know, that was 12 years ago.
Okay.
You could probably go back and see.
So 2007, basically.
Yeah, 2007. I will say that what we've done since then is we've always cut our budget or sent money back to the general fund. You know, bring up those Port Authority funds will bring, what, $1 million into the general fund? Back to you guys, so. Any other questions, experience, or qualifications, or anything else that might justify?
Yeah, just speak on that, if you will. I don't, not just for the court's sake, but people that watch.
I mean, short of my experience, I mean, I've been doing this for 12 years. I'm no longer a, novice economic developer. I consider myself a professional. And I carry myself out that way. So 12 years in the industry, but also, my educational background, I think, justifies what I'm capable and qualified to do. Just from that standpoint, though, let's just go off of performance, right? So when I started this job in 2008, we were in the beginning of a pretty rough recession, and it took us a little while to recover from that. But I will say, even after we recovered, we weren't competing for anything. We didn't have anything to put in front of companies. We had the idea of a port, but there were no funds to back up any of the infrastructure needed for that development. And we only owned 50 acres. That was useful. So that's where the need for an industrial park sprung up. We were getting run over by other communities and not able to go out and proactively market the assets of this community and showcase our workforce. So it took a lot of time, Judge, for us to get to the point that, we struggled through trying to get support for a preliminary study. It was almost like the leadership in this community didn't want to see that happen. And at one point, that kind of looked like that.
Right.
And I can promise you that if that's the direction that we would have gone, we wouldn't be competing for projects now or later. So, when we finished the preliminary study, we identified the sites, we vetted those sites heavily. I think we carried ourselves out very professionally. I think we did it the right way. I think we went above and beyond to make sure that we offered an educational component to the community on what we were doing and why we were doing it. So
Well-
This county's seen its first industrial park development with one project already announced, 2 projects looking. Over the last 4 years, we've seen $67.5 million of investment from new projects, not existing. And that's about 280-something jobs created. I think we've done pretty well over the last 5 years, I gotta say.
Let me ask you a question just based on, so others can understand it, and me too. I mean, I don't know the answer, or I wouldn't ask you. But, you know, I've had, I guess over the past few days, a few ask about performance-based. And I just, when it comes to that other specific job, I don't know how you would possibly do that. But even in yours, you know, are there economic development directors out there that you can tie something to a performance?
Sure. You can tie it to capital investment, you can tie it to job creation. You know, it's a moving position, it's a moving profession, so obviously those performance measures look differently over time, depending on what leadership's looking for or what a board might be looking for. Some communities focus on retail. We don't in economic development. You all are best suited if we create good-paying jobs, that you guys get an occupational tax from those jobs created. So the more jobs we create and the higher those wages, the more revenue that the county receives through that. But you've got to have product. I mean, we've spent the majority of I've spent the majority of my time in economic development getting us to the point where we've just seen it materialize in the last 6 months. So
Yeah.
12 years to get to a point where we can actually say we've got something to put in front of a company.
Yeah.
I went to work in the judge executive's office in 2008, about the time you become economic development director. And as far back as I remember, you were asking for an industrial park, and it was like he didn't have the leadership, supportive leadership to get that. You know, we got it now. I'm not for cutting anybody's salary when they're meeting their job expectations. Josh is passionate about his job. You've done a good job, and like I say, I'm not for cutting anybody's salary.
Well,
I'm not.
And I was asking more from is that even out there? But the only way that I could see something like that, and I bring that up only because I've been asked about it, is if it were something like what, you know, you see other communities where it's not a county
correct.
job. It's like those guys we met at a meeting that are paid by the electricity
Yeah.
companies that are sending these guys out there.
So let me speak to that as well,
Okay.
because I think what's most important and for the taxpayers to understand is that not only have we had our first with an industrial park development, which is a very fundamental thing for economic development, whether it's coming from an organization or a county or a city. If you don't have a product, you're not even showing up to the party, okay? But for the first time in our county, we now have a nonprofit economic development organization. And I think that's very important to understand what the role of Kentucky Lake Economic Development is. The role, and let me say this, Judge, what we do right now is to create sustainable programming that lasts 20, 30, 40 years from now, okay? That's important. We're not investing now to affect right now. These are major projects, major components that will hopefully last throughout the generations of this community. Through the nonprofit economic development organization, what we are trying to do and what the intent of that is to start to pull apart the Velcro of, taxpayer dollars being associated with economic development. Number one, we know that the private sector does it better. We just do. We know that organizations underwritten by the private sector do it better, they're more efficient, And it just works out better, probably because we're having to sit here and have this conversation right now, right? But that takes time to build. It takes time to build a good program. And so, you know, that's what we're doing right now. We're raising money. We're using those funds to do marketing for Southwest One Industrial Park. We're being very targeted with our approach. And we're not using taxpayer dollars to do it. Matter of fact, we cut our budget 13% for this next fiscal year. Economic development, 13%, roughly. It's not a big budget. We don't get a lot of money. But we found ways to cut back because of some of the pension issues and everything else. But we've done that consistently since I've been in economic development. We found ways to be innovative and cut back even a little bit. So that's where we're at. I mean, I think, again, hopefully the work doesn't stop when whoever else is in this position doing whatever. But in order to be effective and in order to do it right for our community, we've got to get caught up, so to speak. And I think we are. I really think we are. But I wanted to address any questions you guys had about my position, the agreement when I was hired. You know, I suggested to the fiscal court and to the folks, I was interviewed from a pool of candidates. I wasn't appointed. Nobody walked in and said, "Hey, Josh, you need to do this." I went through the interview process just like everyone else. There was a panel of probably 10 people that interviewed me, and I was chosen for the job.
I just want to say a few things. When probably about 2.5, 3 years ago, I sat down with Josh and I told him, you know, in discussing, we had a SWOT analysis in 2016 where it was infrastructure, and that was every leader in the city and county governments and even some leaders within our community. But one of the things that they had done is that study to determine the top 10 locations or 10 locations that would be good for an industrial site. And the thing that was profound was that not having a product, you don't even have a conversation. And I know I've said this time and time again, but there's reality sitting right off of 641. We have a product, and we have more than a conversation. And it does take somebody that has the knowledge and the experience and the education to make that happen, and plus the relationships. But even too, you know, when Josh came to me with the KLED idea, I thought it was great. I thought it was great because it gets it off of the general funds or off of our budget, and the community takes part. And it's our, I mean, I think you said $100,000. I can't remember if it was $100,000 or $200,000.
$200,000 this year, yeah.
And I mean, the partnerships that are already being developed, that is, you know, and I remember telling you too, you got to have the tools to be evaluated. If you don't have the tools to be evaluated, then, and without those tools, you can't sit there and evaluate somebody. Having these tools, that's how you evaluate somebody. When you're talking about how, you know, having something to show what you're doing or what your capabilities are. We as a board or a leader, we have to give our people the tools to be successful. And since I've been here, what I've seen when he is given the tools, we're successful, and he's successful. So I just wanted to make it clear as far as what he's doing. And if there are any questions, you know, there he is. Ask him. Ask me. I mean, you can drive out to 641 and see, and it's not just the industrial site, but you know, there's other opportunities that he's dealing with that nobody hears about. And sometimes it's because of confidentiality. My standing order with him is don't come to me until you're ready to pull the trigger, because I understand that there's things out there that can get us all excited when really it's not going to materialize. So, but
Yeah, I mean, Judge, again, you know, the things that we've accomplished in the last few years, still, though very fundamental for economic development programs and communities, it's very meaningful because it's catching us up to take things to the next level. And I'm excited to do that. I'm excited about what we've done. I'm proud of what we've done. We've done it with integrity. We've done it in a way where we focused on the educational component to the public. We've been very transparent. We've done it to the best of our ability without using taxpayer dollars, which is very important. And we're going to continue to operate that way. I mean, as long as I'm doing this, that's the goal. So,
I do respectfully disagree with one thing I've heard you say a couple of times. I believe we were in Louisville, Lexington somewhere. Anyway, we've had a lot of experts in various fields. I think it was a CAECO-sponsored event, speak to us. And the economic development expert touched on this. It includes all aspects, restaurants, hotels, retail. I think we have to focus on those also. They are important. There may not be incentives we can give them, but these CEOs of these large companies, do they really want to move into an area where we don't have adequate restaurants or hotels or retail as far as they're concerned? I think we need to focus on that as well. I mean, a big company and the jobs, that's awesome, but we've got to have the whole package. I've been working on some of that myself individually.
Good.
With,
and you should, because that is really driven more by the private sector. If you own a piece of property, Kevin, off of I-24, and it's got direct access to the highway off of I-24, how in the world am I supposed to go out and negotiate on a piece of property that we don't have any control over?
well, I'm not saying
How are we supposed to put any performance measures in place when we send all of our sales tax to the state? How are we supposed to do those? CEOs aren't going to look at our community if they don't have anywhere to put their companies.
Well, I agree with you
You know.
totally on that, but I also think you have the ability to sell our county also.
That's what we do.
And
We're-
retail and restaurants and hotels include that. I mean,
So what's the, I guess what I'm asking for, what is a viable solution to doing that? Because
Contact them.
In contact who?
I've been in contact with hotels. I haven't restaurants yet. I know Calvert City
But you're
has
real
hired
es-
someone to reach out to.
You're a real
restaurant
estate agent.
chains.
You can do that. I can't. I can't go negotiate on property for a
I
private
never said
owner.
anything about negotiating. I'm talking
you see what
about
I'm saying,
reaching
though?
out to the Applebee's, the Longhorns, the Drury Inns, the
Okay.
various places to,
Okay.
hey, take a look at us. We got a great community
Yeah.
here. We're here. We'd love to have you.
I'll agree that that's all part of economic development, but I can tell you right now, with an office of one in a new industrial park, for the first time we've ever had in a new organization with private sector investors, it's an awful lot for one person to do.
Well, and here's
And
something.
be expected to cut our budget down.
And here's something else to think about. When they did the 2015 study, they identified 10 locations. And he did go out. Now, that was specific for an industrial site. And you had properties off the interstate, private landowners that were wanting an outrageous amount. I mean, it's their land. If they're going to sell it, it was way out of our reach. We have so much in our budget. When you start looking, and I've been saying this since I've been here, the Draftonville exit, we don't have sewer across the interstate. And that limits us when 69 gets completed and the traffic increases. What are we doing to attract people off the interstate? You go back to the SWOT analysis of 2016, infrastructure. That was the one thing. If we don't have the infrastructure in, we've had businesses looking, but if we don't have sewer and water, we're behind. And I think what we've done in the past 3 going on 4 years now is exponentially got that going, with the sewer expansion in Draftonville. Southwest One is obviously doing the line extension for the city for sewer and water out to Southwest One. We've helped Jonathan Creek with projects, and we're looking at helping with another project. That infrastructure is what those companies look at. You can't. I've heard a lot of presentations from various people and professions. You can't take one piece and make your decision off of it. The retail industry, there is a place in economic development, but for right now, with the Southwest One Industrial Park, the goal that we set out was to bring companies in so that we can take advantage of that occupational tax, because that will have a direct, impact in our budget. But from that, those companies that want to develop, those private landowners, they have an opportunity to promote their property. And if we can help, obviously, we're going to help wherever we can. But I think that's getting the private and the government side working together.
And Judge, let me
that
say
happen.
this, not to interrupt. If you guys want me going out and chasing after Culvers, then by all means, y'all, I'm taking direction from you guys. I'll do it if that's what you want me to do. But I can promise you that that's a busy job to take on.
Well, I just want to make sure that I'm clear. The expectations that I've had since I've been here was to get an industrial site. And that's the product we need for that conversation. With that, we get people to move here, to work here, or even existing residents to get a job. That's going to increase our numbers in population, which is, because I know these companies that are looking to locate, they look at other factors as well. And we have to kind of give a report card for how we are as a community and what we can offer.
And Judge, because of the nature of retail recruitment and the complexity of it, especially for a rural area, typically in communities where you have a retail recruitment strategy, your Chamber of Commerce is heading that. They have the resources and kind of the wherewithal to take on retail recruitment. So, again, I agree with you, Kevin, it is very much a part of that fabric of economic development. I will not disagree with you there. Where I will disagree with you is in assuming that because of everything else we're doing, that we have time or resources to go out and to effectively recruit retail. I don't see that.
And I see, and I do, I see what you're saying, because if you think about where those specific retailers, or whatever we want to call them, would go, it's on listed property. They're not, I don't think they're going to be looking for something that's not. I mean, you think about those restaurants, we're talking 3 locations within this county that they'd be looking at. Literally, I mean, really, if we're talking about Applebee's or a Drury Inn or whatever, we're talking about Calvert City, right there, just right at Calvert City. As soon as you get off, they're not going to go anywhere right at Draftonville. And if we don't go across there, there's nowhere else to go in Draftonville. I've tried to find commercial property for folks in Draftonville. It's impossible. There's nothing left. And then Benton. And that particular, the one property is listed now. I tend to see what I see what you're saying, and I tend to agree. That, to me, seems like something that maybe the folks that have that listed, I do see that.
The only involvement we've had with retail projects is when a developer shows up at our office and says, hey, we're kind of looking at this size of a site, can you help us? And I always have. But that's the developer, that's not the company.
And I would assume those companies have people within them looking for sites all the time, right?
Based
If
off
they're
of-
looking to expand.
Yes, based off
I mean,
of-
I'm not a,
No, but you're right. I mean, based off of demographic information,
Right.
leakage reports, traffic flow. I mean, nobody's going to, you want to know that the visibility and the traffic flow is going to
yeah.
be there. So there's a lot of factors that go into it, and there's very little that you can do as a local government because you're getting people here to use your infrastructure, and then there's no way to capitalize on keeping that up. I mean, it's a challenge. It's a challenge for a lot of rural communities. But yes, typically your retail recruitment strategies are handled by the Chamber of Commerce just because of the nature of that industry. And it costs money. It costs money to do. And we met with, I initiated a meeting with a representative from the Chamber, the Tourism Commission, and Ms. Travis from Calvert City. We looked at the likelihood of doing a retail strategy for the entire community, somewhere around $25,000. and that was to look at traffic flow, demographic information, leakage reports, sales reports, and then determine at that point what you might be attractive to. There's no sense going after Whole Foods if Aldi's is what fits, you know. But it was a cost, and it was a cost that we couldn't incur. Those other organizations couldn't incur that cost. So anyway, any other questions related to economic development?
I've heard the comment a few times from you about our workforce numbers. Our workforce is not limited by the population of this county. I'm going to give you an example on that. In 1969, Fiscal went in Wickliffe, Kentucky, population 1,300. I don't have the number of the entire county, but there's many people from Marshall County that retired there. We've got a lot to offer any company to come in here. The workforce will come. They'll travel an hour.
I don't think I've ever said anything that would, I understand the importance of a regional labor shed. I've never said anything to indicate that the only workforce that matters is our own.
Oh.
I mean, we wouldn't be able to go out and tell companies about our workforce if we didn't do it from a regional standpoint. We couldn't do it. We don't have enough people in this
You
county.
just made a comment at the AP government thing about our workforce numbers because our unemployment was down to 5%, and we wouldn't have the workforce for a company with 300 or 400 people. That's what I was referring to.
Yeah, we need more people. We're experiencing a population decline throughout this region, and we need more people.
I mean, part of that population decline, I think, will take care of itself if we do our job and get the companies in here, but we're definitely not limited to our workforce numbers in this county.
I respectfully disagree with you.
I would say
That's okay.
that the message that I've been hearing across the state is a decline in workforce development. That may be because of, you know, everybody's working. I mean, the unemployment rate's down. But, yeah, the message that I've been hearing for the past couple of years is that the workforce development, and there's a lot of things, drugs, can't keep an employee clean.
I can promise you guys right now that large projects that are looking for somewhere to locate, even if you've got a site, if you don't have the available people to work, they're not going to take a chance. They're not going to. They're not going to take a chance on investing somewhere where the workforce doesn't justify that investment. So I can promise you that.
You know, and I know that we had a company that located here, and one of the complaints they had was keeping the workforce. And I know that, you know, in our discussions, it was, well, sometimes you got to raise the pay. I mean, people are going to go where the pay is. And if you don't have the right pay, you know, good luck trying to find somebody that, you know.
Yeah. And that's the
not
case
gonna-
with West Waco. I'm not sure of the name now, but that was a case with that. I mean, there's several people that retired from there, from Marshall County. I mean, they made the 2-hour drive every day, but the pay justified it, so.
Well, you're right. Calvert City's another great example of how that has a regional impact. And I mean, you know, there's a lot to be said about that, but, you know, we do have a workforce presence that allows us to market to small to mid-size manufacturers, industries, distributors, those kinds of things, and we know our workforce is good at it. We know what we can do, but we do need more people. That's a long-term issue that we're going to face here, but also in the rest of, you know, rural Western Kentucky. It's going to happen because baby boomers are going to go, and there's not population there to replace them. And when that happens, it hurts your property tax assessment. It hurts your workforce. It hurts the fact that people are going to be out spending money in your community. So yeah, I don't have the answers for it, but I know it's an issue. So anything else? Well, as always, you guys have my cell phone number. If you ever have any questions about what we're doing, how we're doing it, why we're doing it that way, please do not hesitate to reach out to me. I would invite all of you to come to our next Kentucky Lake Economic Development meeting. That will be May 16th at 1 p.m. at the CFSB Calvert City location. Come check out, hear what we're doing, and see how our partners in the private sector are building a really great program.
Appreciate it, Josh.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Josh.
I want Brad, since he was gone, he was taking Chris down to 911 when we were discussing the commissioner's pay and stuff, but I want him to pull up what it was that we had found out as far as comparison with other counties. I want you guys to see that.
Done in 2016. So I don't know what their budget, I'm switching, what our budget is, or what their budgets were now, but.
I'd say it's probably the same since it was changed statutorily before the.
Just don't play with it.
Okay, I'm trying not to.
You guys can read that, can't you? You see Fulton broke out there. So at the time, I was looking at estimates from 2015 population. Yeah, sorry about that.
Get on him, Denise.
Yeah. Their annual salary was 17 to 26 per commissioner or magistrate. I'm not sure what they fall under. And then their fringe, that varies whether they take the health insurance or not. And then some of them I couldn't find for sure if they had training expenses or not. So you see the total out there, and then I broke it down, the salary ratio per citizen. I don't know if that's helpful or not. I just was trying to get as much of a clear picture of where commissioner and magistrate stood. So I tried to pull some in our area. So you see Fulton and Ballard, and there's Marshall. And then I pulled Knox County because of their population, but I didn't get a response from them. Also pulled Muhlenberg, also didn't get a response from them. I did from Boyle. They're a close population to us. They have 6 commissioners or magistrates. So you can see that their total package, I would say their base is 8,000. Again, taking their fringe and training into consideration, it does vary that number. So, and then there's Carlisle. They're about 9,000 a year. Kraken, 24,000 a year. And then Graves, they got a population of 37,000, so they're about $29,000 a year. Meade County, pulled them because of their population. And there's Callaway, 16,000 apiece. Hickman, 13,000 apiece. And I don't mind emailing these to you all if you want them.
I just wanted you guys to see that I've been looking at that for some time.
I think that's what that each one we paid for travel. Right, like what we
That's
budgeted
not-
for, not their incentive.
Okay.
No.
If you guys want, we can do a wage survey for economic development, if that's something that you want to look at. I know I don't need it, but if that's something that y'all want, we can do that. Okay. Good, yes. All right, we left off page 13.
Necessity, but
off appropriations budget, road department.
Start over in salaries. Here's our road engineer. Thank you. Here's our road engineer. Salary line. Here's our 2 road foremans. Here's our administrative assistant. And this is our labor force. It has a $10,000 payout in there for retirees. And we have budgeted approximately 750 hours of overtime. Then we have 4 part-time positions. We have 3 part-time positions that work 6 months out of the year, 40 hours a week at maximum. She could reduce that length, but it cannot go over 6 months. But those are the individuals that follow the mowers when they're got mowing season going on. Then we have recently brought in a person at 16 hours a week at $12 an hour to spray for mosquitoes. And that is all of the salary associated in the road fund. There is office supplies, employee training that the road department has. This is like training that the employees can go to for like pesticide training or that kind of thing, but it's also could be like lifting training on the employees, that kind of thing. She's got a line item for those type of educational opportunities. Travel is the same. Office equipment is the same. State paid paving is $193,944. That is the amount that Michael Oliver brought a few weeks ago to court, and told us that that's what the state is budgeting this year for their allocation to us. We have in county paving, $1,003,000. That is the $675,000 that we originally budget per year, plus what we plan to carry over for Hauser Roads paving, which is estimated to be at $328,000. The Hauser Road monies are intended to be state money, correct, that we're going to receive or
We-
anticipate?
Yeah, we anticipate. We put in for discretionary funds request. So, we haven't heard anything yet on approval, but we did request it.
We have $10,000 for equipment rental in there. I forget what type of equipment it is that they rent sometimes, but it is cheaper. Wendy suggested that it's cheaper to rent it rather than own that one particular piece of equipment. There's $15,000 for road striping, $3,500 in other services. Building repairs and expenses at the road department is $16,000. Cleaning supplies, $2,500. Their road and fuel has been moved into the county bulk line item. Road materials is $200,000. Pipes, culverts, and sewers, $100,000. Sign materials, $28,000. Salt, $100,000. Uniforms, $7,000. This is Benton Soil and Water Conservation District repairs, $40,000. Physicals, $22,000. Parts and repairs, $180,000.
Did you say 2,000 or 22?
2,000. I started to do it again. 2,000. Utilities is $20,000. Miscellaneous is $1,000. Equipment debt service is $122,000. That is the leased vehicles and the grade all payment. There is equipment for $30,000 in this budget, and I'm not sure what equipment that is necessarily. I don't remember. Bridges and bridge repair has $674,000 in it. That is $374,000 for Hauser Road and $300,000 for Sid Darnell Road.
We're not sure. We had our 80/20 funds. We had looked at getting those funds. We submitted our application back in November of last year, and we've still yet to get any confirmation on those $80,000. So that project may be held up depending on what happens with that application.
Funding. We have $15,000 for snow equipment. Often we need plows and that kind of thing, so she always tries to budget a little bit to replace, if we need to, a plow. She's got $5,500 for safety equipment. And then this is employee fringe at the bottom. So road fund is a total of $4,443,844, which is an $841,000 increase from the prior year, but you have a lot of carryover. You've got over $500,000 worth just in those two areas that we anticipate getting funding from, so.
Where, come again now? It's 800 below.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
it's,
800 below
Yes.
last year's budget.
yes, you're right, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Right, unless I'm looking at that.
No, you're
Yeah,
right.
Okay.
And we've got, it's the trucks, from us replacing the trucks, and then paving. This has just been an expensive year with the fire, and then the year before that was an expensive year with the windstorm.
Well, you're yeah,
Yeah.
you're taking fuel out. That's a you know, close to a quarter of it, 20% of it. That is really an expense. It's just in a different
Right, it's a different
spot.
location.
Jail fund?
Y'all have any more questions about road? Okay, I'll switch over to payroll for a few lines. The jailer's salary his deputy jailer's salaries. These do reflect $1 an hour increase for his employees, with the exception of his chief deputy jailer, and his is a $2 an hour increase.
And the reason why Roger sat down with us, he's having a hard time keeping people for the amount of money that they're currently being paid, so he felt the need to raise the pay so that he can retain people, and
Yeah.
get people to apply for.
He starts them at $12.50 an hour. I mean, and they got to be able to pass a drug test and work nights and weekends, and that's just not a very competitive wage.
Very
for-
stressful job, too.
Mhm.
And he had, I think he had budgeted, I know this year, I think last year, an extra deputy, but he never filled it because he couldn't keep
He
people to
can,
fill it.
he can
so-
fill one, and then he'll lose one.
Yeah, so,
But
we decided we'll give the pay raise to see if we can attract people and then keep them.
this is his office assistants. And this is something new, and Roger came in and talked to Judge and I about this. Roger feels like he can save money going back to the way he did several years ago when he had a doctor and a nurse on, similar to on staff, at least contracted. Currently, he has a health group partner that he works with, and that is going up 5%. So,
Yes.
I don't know. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, if that's the monthly amount, then yes, that would definitely go up. So what he is proposing is hiring a nurse, that's the exact same nurses that health group sends to him, having her on staff probably more hours, and then having a doctor on as contract labor, so the doctor would have to provide their own malpractice and that type of thing. There were still some boxes that he needed to check before he was ready to go with this plan, but this plan is not budgeted to cost any more than his current plan. Just to see if this would work. So this does have a nurse on as an employee, but then the doctor would be contract labor and be paid out of a 1099.
And I think, wasn't he supposed to find out if the liability,
Yes. With the nurse.
Yeah, he was supposed to find out what insurance she would fall under as far as malpractice. And from my experience, I believe it would fall under the doctor's malpractice, but he was gonna check with Kate to make sure.
and I know there's some, say it again.
I said he was gonna check with Keiko to make sure, but I believe he would be, that nurse will be covered under the doctor's malpractice insurance, but he was gonna double check before he made this decision.
So the county wouldn't have any additional liability?
No.
obviously, if that's the case.
Yeah, I mean, if she's fallen under the doctor's malpractice, then it wouldn't be an additional cost. Of course, malpractice is more of a, that umbrella policy pretty much covers everything. So, working in a doctor's office, we didn't have to insure each nurse, but they were also employees of the same employer that the doctor worked for. So I don't know how that arrangement works out with the doctor and a nurse that aren't employed by the same person or employer, but he was supposed to be finding all that out from Keiko.
I do know that there's some other counties that have contacted me. They're watching to see, and if Roger does this, they're definitely interested as well.
His cooks are listed in here. They're part of the dollar increase as well. His other employees are a part of some programs that the jail offers to the inmates. And they have a program coordinator that those are all part-time employees. This is his full-time maintenance staff and his incentive allotment. This still has pest control in it. Did we mean to eliminate that, or is? Okay. I think, I'm not sure. Cleaning supplies, we bumped up a little bit. And when Roger says cleaning supplies, he means that's personal hygiene products, that's laundry detergent, that's dishwashing detergent, that's actual cleaning Windex cleaning supplies. That is a whole lot of things in one area. Food, we bumped to 300,000 just because he's running a high number of inmates. So it costs more to feed a greater number. Didn't he? I think he said he was running around 250. Is that what he said? Fuel is moved to the county line. Linens is 3,000. Office supplies is 5,500. Prisoner clothing 1,750. Staff uniforms 6,000. Bond 205. Outside medical care and prescriptions. This current year, it's budgeted at $200,000. Next year is looking at $199,900. So it's virtually the same amount. What this has that nurse line plus an allotment for the doctor, plus any outside medical that wouldn't have been included in that. So he's got it all rolled into one to price compare as we get through the year to see which one would be more beneficial if he went that way. Training and travel is 7,000. Utilities, 25,000. Or am I off? No. Utilities is paid out of the general fund. Building maintenance or repairs is 25. Equipment repairs 15. Miscellaneous is 1,000. Office equipment 3,000. And then he has equipment listed in here at 55,000. He would like to see his jail have a new kitchen by the end of next fiscal year because they're running on the original equipment from 1992 down there. And it has more than exhausted its lifespan. So he feels like he really needs to get started on replacing some of that. A few years ago, we had an energy service group come through here. We selected the group, but we never acted on that grant project. So those upgrades still haven't been made, and Roger's still functioning with really old, inefficient kitchen equipment. So during the end of this fiscal year and next fiscal year, he'd like to begin that upgrade process. So we got 55,000 budgeted there. And then he has fringe listed. And he's about 19,000 above where he's budgeted currently.
Will any of that come back to the county in the form of reimbursements from the state, or do you have any idea?
Yes. When we get to receipts, we get the state inmate payment. That's what mostly funds the jail, is state inmates. Our grant fund, this is where the KIA project is coming out of currently. The grant fund is just the name of the account. And it's an empty, pretty much empty account that we wash through grants or projects like this. Typically, I've learned over a few years, don't budget anything there, because if you do, you have to exceed that before you can add to it. So you're better off to not budget anything, and when you know your specific amounts, then propose an amendment. Nine-one-one, salaries are all rolled into one line item here as well. This does have the new director's salary in it, as well as one open spot for a dispatcher, or they may have replaced it and I just didn't put a name in, I'm not certain. But it does have 9 full-time dispatchers. There's 50,000 budgeted for overtime and 30,000 budgeted for part-time labor. They have 500 for advertising, 4,000 for office supplies, 900 for uniforms, 300 for dues and subscriptions, and phone services is 60,000, 10,000 for travel and training. This past year, travel and training has been really high, but I think a lot of that was somewhat due to the school event. And then they did have a little bit of turnover, which creates more going to academy back and forth. So if we continue to have a higher turnover, you're gonna need to fund that line a little bit more. Miscellaneous is 500. Communication, maintenance, and equipment is 42,500. That, I believe, I think that has the Interact agreement, and I can see what that had throughout this year. Like the CAD, that's Interact, isn't it? CAD system. Maintenance fee. That's maintenance fee. It looks about 26,000 of that from this year is maintenance fees. And office equipment, 5,000. And the rest is fringe. So 911 is $825,700. Occupational tax fund. There are only 2 lines in occupational tax fund currently. There is one for $60,000 that is refunds to taxpayers that are due a refund. And our investments line item, that is $3 million.
Now, one of the things that, if you look at RBS, for the multi-facility, the funding is where we were going to pull from here, from this $3 million, was to fund the multi-facility. RBS, they gave us a rough estimate of $1.7 million. You've got the bids that just came in, so you can see the difference of what the bids were and what we were anticipating. With RBS's their amount that they had suggested. What was the lowest on 1.9, right at 2 million? I think with, look at that investment past, in years past.
Yeah.
I can feel it coming. At years past, I can go all the way back to when we had the flooding in 17, the fire with purchasing all the equipment and everything. Having those incidences, with the way that the monies were available in the budget, we could actually cover those costs. But as you can see, the importance of getting 911 off of our budget, and then you throw in the retirement. 2017, there wasn't a retirement payment. 2018 was the first one, the current year that we're in. So you can see how that $3 million gives us a cushion for unforeseen circumstances, if you will.
But what you're saying is 2 million of it is the multi-facility, right? So we're only,
Yeah, I mean,
we're talking
that's-
about $1 million on top of
Yeah.
that.
I mean, that's, when you look at those bids, that's,
Yeah, it's close. Right
Yeah.
at 2 million.
the other one, I think the lowest bid was
Well,
right at
Yeah, 2.2
1.9.
was the.
2.1 and then a 2 point,
Yeah, they
Two
were,
or
they were
three.
within
Yeah.
$60,000 each other, 2 and 3.
Y'all ready to move to ABC? Okay. I'm gonna switch over to payroll. There is no ABC administrator's pay. ABC, this is contract, but this is the sheriff's office portion. So this is where we saw in the sheriff's office budget that it had removed 30% of those, the road deputy salaries. Here's where those are paid from. ABC administrative assistant, this will be determined by the sheriff to who these duties are going to be assigned to. I believe that's going to be Deputy Rudd. They will take on these enforcement duties. Then you still have a section that applies to the treasurer's office. This doesn't increase our pay at all. It just pulls a portion of what we make from ABC, just like the road deputies. That way that we can have a proper account as to how much ABC costs. This is where we write checks, reconcile bank accounts, that make deposits, all those type of things.
So beginning with this budget, then those responsibilities that you have currently are gone. May 1st.
May 1st, they went to the sheriff's.
Oh, May 1st. Okay.
So we could use this one. Hey, I got my own.
But he can't start. Oh, good Lord. The sheriff's office, has he already started then paying his administrator or no?
the intent was to do it July 1.
Yeah. There'll be a few months
Transition.
there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a good question.
And, you know, I just want to make sure, and you guys know this, not me, and I guess it's better for the sheriff's office to tell us. I mean, I'm just interested to see not having a full-time. If we're having any more issues, do you feel like we're having any more issues that are, you know, as far as enforcement?
What I hear is loud noise.
Yeah.
That's, if there's one complaint, it's loud noise. We talked to Jason about some type of a loud noise ordinance. But as
far as like alcohol,
Right, as far as it,
you've got the patrols are still going on, the federal overtime, they're working the federal overtime, so what they do is they work the federal overtime for alcohol, and then they're probably patrolling those areas where there's alcohol being sold.
what
Yeah.
about the like spot check
Yeah,
stuff? That's
They go through bar checks and stuff, I'm
and,
sure.
and
the police.
I'm
the
sure
sheriff's
they
office.
can.
when Deputy Rudd he works, like Sundays would be a good time to go out and do some checking to see. 'Cause the only thing that we've really dealt with is whether stores are selling on Sundays when they shouldn't be. I mean, outside of that, once that alcohol leaves that establishment, it would have fell into the sheriff's
Sheriff's
office's
office.
enforcement anyway.
Yeah.
So, really, as long as they're regulating their sales and their distribution to, customers, and then keeping up with their regulatory fees, everything else is out on the road anyway. So,
Okay.
There is $1,200 for office supplies, $300 for uniform, $200 for bond. There's a small amount, $800 for refunds, no vehicle expenses, and $1,500 for travel expenses. There is also $115,000 allocated to sheriff's office equipment. There is no fringe down in this section. I moved that up so you could kind of clearly see the administrative part costs, which would be, that would be that Deputy Rudd's section of pay. The part for me and Brenda where this 8,900, that's us with fringe. Then these small little amounts for office supplies and travel is $31,110. And then the policing and enforcement aspect of it is $343,400. They do have that, this leaves them a reserve of $23,990 for ABC. So their total budget in fiscal year 18 is proposed to be $398,500. Building inspection. Building inspection office staff. This is 40% of Casey Counts. He's split between GIS and building inspection employee. That's 40% of his salary plus 40% of fringe. That is FICA and retirement. Health insurance stays with his GIS position. This has $1,500 for your board members' pay. They get $50 per meeting. Inspectors' pay, they both operate off of what is higher, 80% of fees. I take that back. Randy Duke, residential, operates off of $40 an hour or 80%, whichever is higher. Plus, he has a travel stipend and a vehicle stipend. Larry Spears is simply 80% of fees. Office supplies is $2,000, bonds is $2,000, refunds $1,000, and travel $9,200. This is where Randy's stipends are in this travel line. They have a reserve of $24,300 and fringe of $13,300. Total fund $203,000. Building inspection.
Can I ask something here when it comes to building? Just because I had someone mention this to me not too long ago, and comparing us to McCracken County, which hurts when I hear that. I thought, and I asked for an example. Give me an example, and don't have one yet. But I guess I just say that to say But do they continually, I mean, is that a changing number as far as the fee schedule? Or, I mean, did
I think the
they
board,
go out and make sure that we're in line with other counties like ours?
Their last
change, I want to say it was last fall, if I'm not mistaken. As far as, it was a minor change on the actual fees. But as far as going out and comparing, the board sets those. So I don't know where they're getting their rates from,
Yeah.
but the board sets those. And then they send it to us. Is it in the ordinance? So are you asking, do we compare to other counties what the,
Yeah, I assume they did that when they said it, but
it was October. I don't know if they do. I don't even know what the other counties are.
well, like I said,
It'd be hard to find out.
no, yeah. Like I said, I asked for an example and just have not been given one yet. Not by them, but by the person who mentioned it to me.
Oh.
You know, his concern was small business fees versus, you know, is that the same as we charge when we're, you know, electrical inspections at Westlake, you know, and I said, I just don't think they're comparable, but it's okay. I can have that
She
discussion
can
with them
send you
off
the last, what we've got.
rate schedule or whatever. Okay.
It was October when they changed it, yeah. Can you pull that up?
you want me to uncast? Thanks.
Huh?
I said, do I need to uncast? He's like, no, I can just knock you off. Building inspection is self-supporting, though.
Yeah.
Whatever they bring in, they are supporting themselves. And if in the event at some given point in time they were not, the plan was that you look at the past year and you take into consideration where those inspections are from, and if you're $100,000 short, which is not going to be the case, but for ease, if 75% of the inspections were in the county, we would bear $75,000 of that $100,000 shortfall. If 10% were in Benton, they would have 10. We would put a percentage to both us, Benton, Calvert, and Hardin.
Why don't we email it? You just want us to email it to
Yeah,
you?
it's fine. Yeah, there's no need to, yeah, I'm not asking for a,
Or email it to all of them.
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so that totals all of our funds at $21,615,645. Those are our budgeted expenses. Oh, I didn't know how to recast when you cut me off. Sorry. Okay. You want to go to carryover or receipts, or?
Let's go to carryover.
When you changed all those, is that keeping up?
So
It's not, it's the same number, though. Surely it's not, is it?
what changes when when I reduce the pest control out of jail fund, that 3,000? So I'm going over to reserves and adding it to there. And that
okay.
may not be,
Okay.
that's probably not where I need to put it, because that's from a different
Okay.
fund.
All right, so it's the same, it's just you put it into,
Yeah, I need to reduce that and put it in.
Business is the same as industrial, Mark.
Okay, I want to talk about carryover a little bit. And I'm a horrible teacher, so feel free to ask questions. So, yeah, you should have six different pages that are got colors on them. There's one for general, one for road, jail, occupational tax, 911, and ABC. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Like that should be one group. That's a group. One, yeah.
I got one, brother. You got one? Yes, sir. Okay. Yes, sir, appreciate it.
That one's just general fund. Okay. When I start looking at carryover, I will take the most recent book balance that we have. I've gotten April's, yes, I've gotten April's, but I haven't gotten it into the spreadsheet yet. But, so as of March 31st, I have a book balance in general fund of $1,359,735.93. So I look at the prior years, April, May, and June, receipts and expenses. Filter through those to see if any of them are non-reoccurring. So I'll pull those out. And I usually overestimate on expenses that we would have and underestimate on receipts to give us ourselves a little bit of room for inflation, hopefully. I also look at how many transfers in from occupational taxes that account had to have during these last 3 months of the fiscal year. So I take all of those into account and then look at things that I know are fixing to happen within that fund. So I take my book balance minus the expenses above and plus the receipts above, plus the transfers that had gone into it in the year prior, and look at that. So those things alone leave us at $1,857,000. I know I'm expecting DRA funds of, I thought it was $307,000, but we've learned that the PAD office takes a cut of that, so it's now $299,000. So I'm adding that in, which I currently do have now, but it's not included in that book balance, so that's why it's still here to add back in. I'm allowing an increase for the SROs. That's the only big payroll difference between last fiscal year and this fiscal year. And we're anticipating you all agreeing to doing some work with Jonathan Creek on an extension project. There's no other big dollar items that I'm necessarily aware of. So that takes us to $2,014,000. Well, I am not going to estimate a $2 million carryover for general fund. It's just too tight. There's too many things that pop up and you all want money for, you need us to find money for this or find money for that. So you don't, I never would put carryover at $2 million. At $1.9 million is what I'm estimating, and I'm a little concerned that that might be too tight, because all that takes is if you all to agree to do one other $100,000 thing, and we're cutting it close. So currently, I have general fund estimated at carryover of 1.9. So what that means is this 1.9, July 1, that's what we started off with. So that 1.9 is already embedded into all these expenses that we've already talked about. So anything that we pull in throughout the year is going to add to that. But there's sometimes people get confused and think, well, this line item still had this amount left in it. Where did that go? Well, it went into carryover, and carryover is already spent. As Judge said, if you go to, in receipts, we haven't gotten this far yet, but like the general fund does not sustain itself. The general fund brings in I'm estimating $5,592,000 a year. It has carryover of 1.9, which part of that came from occupational tax. So it has a shortfall of $2.6 million. $2.6 million is needed from occupational tax to support general fund. Occupational tax supports every fund we have except for ABC and building inspection. Those are self-sustaining. So carryover is probably the hardest part of the budget because things come up and you all don't know you're going to spend the money. And if I don't know you're going to spend the money, it can really throw you off. And if you overestimate it too high, you can really cause yourself cash flow problems if it's overestimated greatly. On the flip side, if you underestimate it, you have money to carry over that was unanticipated. So if we've budgeted to carry over $1.9 million in the general fund and we actually carry over $2.2 million, well, then you've got $300,000 that come mid-July. You can amend in and then reassign those dollars out into your appropriations, just like any other budget amendment that we would have done. So, road fund, for instance. It's on the next page. I go through the same process with the book balance and the expenses. But I know that county road aid, the agreement there, you will never get 100% of what you are told you will get in that year. You get probably 90% of it. So I never budget that 10% that's left from the prior year into their carryover because what that does is that gives them about $100,000 to $170,000 cushion throughout the year for projects that come up or emergencies that come up. In probably August of 19, you all should get a payment in that range between 100 and 170. I think it was 150 last year. That will be for the remainder of the county road aid dollars from the fiscal year 19. So that's pretty quick turnaround for road purposes, but it's a big help in your budget to have funds available to amend in throughout the year. So it's important not to overestimate carryover. You want to keep it as close to accurate as possible, but to also leave yourself room to breathe. But that's the process that I go through with all of the funds. Occupational tax I'd go through the same process with it. However, it's kind of in reverse. It's how much do we get rid of in that instead of how much we retain. It looks like we might expect a $3.1 million carryover, and I'm budgeting 2.75 for occupational tax. As we move through the year, within a couple of weeks, I can update these numbers because I'll have April numbers put in there, and get a little closer to accurate. But say the jail fund, if the jail operates mainly off of state inmate money. If the state decides they're not going to pay us until July for April, May, and June, well, we've just completely blown this carryover budget, and we haven't gotten the income that I anticipated. So having that gap there in occupational to be able to give them those funds to continue to operate the jail fund until we do receive those funds is important to have that little gap there as well. Do you all have any questions about that?
Basically, what you're looking at is all of those anticipated transfers from all the other accounts other than the OTA add up to the 3.89.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Sorry. Anyway, it was just, yeah, I was just clarifying that all of those in yellow
Yes.
add up to the
Reduction
transfer
from,
yeah, reduction from
occupational.
OTA.
Yes.
So,
Carryover is probably the hardest part, only because it's the most unpredictable. So we can switch to receipts now. So for general fund, I have budgeted 1.575 for real property tax. So far, we've gotten in 1.672. I budget receipts very conservatively because you need to have an amount to be able to amend in for needs that come up throughout the year. And if you, for whatever reason, do not need to amend them in and don't need to spend them, then that's even better. Tangible is at 195. Tangible fluctuates, and it's really hard to keep a read on it. We may be budgeted at 195 and we may get 245. We may budget at 195 and get 180. It's very uncertain. Motor vehicle tax. Why in the world did I raise it that much? I guess because the prior 2 years had been at 300 and I was only budgeting 220. So I did creep it up a little bit. But that's one of those things, if gas jumps up to $4 again, that will go back down. It will take a halt. People will stop buying vehicles. Delinquent tax, looks like it's down a little bit, but I just kind of watch the trend from historical data. Garbage tax, I've left at 50 because I am not in the loop and have no idea what's going on with the host agreement and the percentage of what we expect to receive or anything, so I've just left it as is.
I think the important thing here is that if you look at the ordinance, the three major things are roadways, cleanup along our roadways, and hazardous waste response. If you look at last year, 56,983, compared, I mean, putting in here 50 is conservative to that number, but that's what goes towards those three. Our ordinance was 2% for the gross as far as the tonnage. And last year, we had a second reading tabled to increase that to 5 1/4, or 5% and 6 1/4, I can't remember which, but the intent was so that we can get more funds in for those three areas. I do know that the 109 board just negotiated and the host agreement changed. I've got a copy of that and I can give that to you guys, but I think any further discussion on it, we all need to sit down and discuss it so that you're fully aware of what's going on with that agreement. So we'll probably, we'll have further discussions on that as a fiscal court. But keep those numbers in mind.
You think 50,000's an accurate number to leave there for now?
Well, it's going to be increased. Amount's going to be increased to, I think it's 5 1/4 and 6, or I can't remember which, 6 1/4 and 5. But that's the intent. That's what the intent's been. So I don't know the dollar amount of that. I know we can put we can get a rough number based off the tonnage that they have coming in.
Okay,
So that's probably going to change.
okay. And you'll have an effective date as to when that change goes into effect? Okay. All right. State collected, there are certain taxes that the state collects from certain entities rather than the county collecting that. I'll be honest with you, I don't really know what those requirements are, but they send us a check for these omitted taxes. Bank shares, 160 is a little bit conservative, but if we had a bank decide to move out of our county, 160 would probably be overestimated. So I don't want to go up too much from that. That's based on, do you all know what that's based off of? Like, okay, all right. I'll make sure that you all are
deposits.
familiar with that. There's,
Yeah.
when we set our tax rates, you all will do that in July. On that order, there will be your tax rates for setting the 2019 real estate and tangible tax rates. Then you will have the 2020 vehicle rates on that order, as well as the bank share.
I
All
think
that-
the more possible thing that happens is not what you mentioned, which is a bank
Moving
out that has a large amount of this, is more
One coming
the
in.
banks, no, the banks being able to get the legislature not to let us have that tax anymore. That was a danger
Yeah.
this year that they
Yes.
had to address, so that's probably the more realistic
And
possibility.
the
but-
banks don't pay occupational tax, they don't pay a net profits tax because of this. It would be a double taxation. So if this were repealed, we might could get,
More
but
in
to get, yeah,
occupational.
but to get all that to happen is gonna take a whole lot of
Yeah.
initiative. Franchise tax is a lot like tangible. It fluctuates greatly. And used to, you could depend on, we would get 20 returns in a year, and everybody would have a return in a year, but they may dispute it and not have to pay for 3 years. It may be in dispute for 3 years, and then all of a sudden, we get 3 years' worth from somebody that was a big entity. So, I always go pretty conservative on that, just due to that reason. It's very undependable. Deed tax, I'm pretty comfortable at 100,000.
Yeah, it's gonna be about like last year.
TVA in lieu of tax. This is gonna do some changing over the next 2 or 3 years. And I'm hoping I'm not overestimating it at 780,000. We get about $380,000 a year directly from TVA as a part of an agreement that we had for the Duke Energy property. Then we get a bulk payment from the state in late January, early February. With the closing of, is it Paradise?
Yeah, Muhlenberg
In
County.
a couple of years, we'll see a decline due to that. When USEC shut down, before USEC closed, we were getting like $1.2 million in this line. With the close of USEC, we saw it decrease, and it's climbed back up slightly. TVA told us that they were trying to offset that loss with USEC through some coal opportunities, I think, in Muhlenberg. So I know Judge and Brad have both been involved in talks with TVA as to what to expect in those taxes in the next coming year, but
I think I just got back from Knoxville, and the presentation with TVA, we'll be going back to the 2015 year. If you look at TVA, there's 7 states, but because of direct lease of property of assets, Mississippi is the 8th state, but it's 5% of the gross. There's a formula that they use. Kentucky, when they receive their monies, Kentucky has their formula based off of assets, and certain percent goes to fiscal courts, certain percent goes to school districts. And, you know, when Paradise closes, you know, their school district's gonna lose about $7 million, if it closes. Now, I know there's still discussions going on. I think they've got somebody that's looking at purchasing it, a company looking at purchasing it. But if, worst case, if that asset were to close, you know, Muhlenberg County School District would lose $7 million. The fiscal court would lose about $2 million. So that $9 million goes back to the other 7 states, or 6 in that case. So that will affect what Emily's talking about when USEC shut down. That will affect us in some degree. Now, there is another plant that's looking to close in another state, and if that plant closes, then those monies will be divvied out to the other 6, 7 states, which would put some other monies back into to our dollars that the state's going to receive. So it is it's a moving target. The best thing that they could tell us was 2015 fiscal year dollars, which I think is 32 million compared to like 38 million. So that gives you an idea.
Something else that, just from my perspective of dealing with some people asking questions about my job sometimes, is when they think about taxes, I think people think about paying their property tax. And I think what the county gets laid on them is, I think we get the burden of thinking that we get all of that, and we get very little. We get, our real property and tangible rates are 0.9, 9.8, and they've remained flat for years. Since 1999, they've remained flat. The number may fluctuate slightly to either accommodate or not accommodate with the moving assessment total. But that assessment total and our tax rate is built so you cannot receive more than 4% increase in income every year. And we've not even taken that. So I personally get frustrated when people will be like, you all get so much money. It's like, no, not really. We operate off of the same amount that, just slightly more than what the refuse district gets, just slightly more than, the same or less than what some of the fire districts get. It's just, they just have a smaller area of constituents where we're countywide.
One of the things that actually we're looking at doing is trying to educate people on where the tax money does go. And majority of the taxes, a large amount of taxes in this community goes to the state. And when you start to see those numbers, and then I look at it as, okay, that's fine, I get it. The state needs to get taxes, but what are we getting in return, you know? So one of the things we're going to start doing is trying to, with the county update, is to try to educate people on the taxes. 'Cause there's a lot of people out there that do not know.
Sorry, I just kind of jumped off there on a wild goose chase, but TVA, no, this is not TVA, Fish and Wildlife in lieu of tax. This is where we have federal land, Clark's River Refuge. This is in lieu of property tax payment because they do have land that we cannot make subject to property tax since they're a non-taxable entity. So it's $21,500 roughly. They, at the federal level, they've had some issues going on in that department for a few years. A couple of years ago, they sent us $120,000, and we're only supposed to have sent us like 12. Then this past year, they haven't sent us anything. So I'm not real confident in that $21,000 figure, but they're going to give us what they're going to give us, and that year that they gave us a lot more, they asked for that back. Electric plant board, this is the same type of thing as TVA. This is where Paducah Power and Benton Electric have property in the county that is in lieu of them paying tax. Excess fees, this is the amount in the clerk's 2019 budget. That's the number that we have to put there to match him.
Can I stop you there? So question, if that, I get that, so that's out of his budget, but we have is deed tax not in his budget already?
He collects it and then distributes it to us monthly
Okay, so we're not
or quarterly.
double,
Deeds quarterly,
okay,
yeah.
all right.
So
I was
that-
just making sure that, because I thought that was on his budget, and if it was, then wouldn't it already be in the 205?
It is, but what his 205 is that's he gets to take a commission off of that
Right.
deed tax. So this is what's left of that, those commissions and
Okay.
fees.
As long as it's just, I just want to make
Yeah.
sure that it's not
Yeah, no, that's a good
Double.
question.
things, so, okay.
Telecom tax, this we get directly from the state. It's around $6,600 a month. I will be honest with you, I don't have a whole lot of background with it. It used to be a part of franchise taxes, and it got broke off in some legislation that had to do with 911, I believe. But we get that monthly direct deposited, $6,600. Park fees is a new line. We don't know what to expect from park fees, and that's assuming you all put in place a structure within those park funds as to how and what the county will get from those. So this is lowball number, about $2,500 a year.
I think the main thing about that is to keep accountability of the dollars that are
right.
collected.
The ambulance grant, normally I wouldn't budget any grants, but Brian Cutzinger is very good at getting this grant. It comes from West Kentucky Community and Technical College, and it's $10,000 a year. I don't exactly know how or why we qualify, but we do. So I do anticipate that every year. And we talked about the PACRO funds, and right here, we have zeroed them out, and this level, they are located down in here further. Right there. State election reimbursement, we get reimbursed $25 per election per precinct. Woohoo.
Per election? Mm-hmm.
So we get
Two
back,
times.
yeah.
That's great.
Yep, a little less than $4,500 per election. And an election roughly costs $50,000 to $60,000. Oh, yeah, yeah.
Anyway, this would be a good spot to take a break.
Y'all need to take a break?
Do you care?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, go ahead, take
I
a
don't think we've taken one since we started back.
Yeah.
Want to do receipts?
Yeah, we got through state election reimbursement? Okay. Board of Assessments, that is the board that, if there are any properties that are unable to be resolved between the PVA and the citizen, that they go before the Board of Assessments. The state reimburses us for 50% of whatever the Board of Assessments costs. Usually, in the past couple of years, it's only been $300 reimbursement from the state for a $600 total. It can be up to $800 total, or $400 reimbursement from the state. Animal adoptions, I've got 10,000 in there. They usually do at least that. They do very well with adoptions. Court rental. This is where we've got an agreement with them for $254,000. I've only budgeted $220 because as we saw that we were probably going to be being overpaid for this, they probably overpaid us for this year. So if they did, they will cut out of that $254,000 down. So I don't depend on getting $254,000 from them. So I budgeted $220. Emergency management, we get roughly $20,000. I think it's around 22. Reimbursement on salaries for Kurt and Darlene for the emergency management office. City of Benton puts in $1,500 for the emergency management office funding. This is sheriff's fee pooling. It used to, a few years ago, it looked more like the clerk's excess fees, but since they're fee pooling, it's a monthly payment. I bumped that up to $1.6 million to reflect the reimbursement from the schools on the SROs. So that is up a little bit from years prior. Course cost supplement, that is something that we get from the state. It's small amounts. GIS fees, this is GIS charges mainly utilities to track what they have in the ground.
Did Andy say that, have we heard
I
from him?
haven't
as
heard from
far
him.
He's supposed to be looking, if you look there at the actuals for this fiscal year, it's $65. He thinks that when that was sent out, maybe it didn't get sent out, the notification. So we had talked to him, he's supposed to be researching that. So hopefully that's the case. The information was sent out and it just didn't receive, or didn't hit the intended location, so.
Payroll reimbursements, I have reduced that, mainly because Refuse District, we're not supplying those services anymore. We won't be getting that reimbursement. And this is more of a realistic reimbursement than what an actual reimbursement would look, or this is an actual reimbursement probably from sanitation versus what we bill them is gonna be closer to $77,000 a year. If they can pay $77,000 a year, that's fantastic. We can amend it in and appropriate it then, but I don't wanna plan on getting that much from them and then not be able to. This is where the Arts Commission reimburses us on that loan. That's where that washes. Budget 1,000 just for little miscellaneous items. Sometimes it's like rebates off of some equipment we bought, something like that. This is Southwest One debt service funding. This is the $95,000 that we anticipate getting from PACRO to make that expense wash. Estimating approximately $12,000 for interest in general fund checking. And so we talked about just a little bit before, we'll need $2,616,501 from occupational tax administrative fund to make ends meet with general fund for a $10,108,646 budget.
So, just out of curiosity, were those reimbursements in 16 and 17 for health insurance, and then we had budgeted like it was going to
Yes.
happen, and nothing in 19? What's the?
I've asked Bill and Holland about this. There was a bill that we participate with Kentucky Employees Health Plan, and there was a bill that said we would get back X number if we were participating in them. I haven't gotten anything this year. I got no notice that anything had changed, but I've not gotten, when I've not gotten anything this year, and Pill and Hollins didn't know anything about it either. They, like McCracken is, I think, similar to us, and they hadn't gotten anything either. So,
You mean they were surprised that we got it in the
No.
first place, or they don't know why we haven't received it?
they don't
this
know why
year?
we haven't,
Okay,
they don't know of any change, but yet
of why we haven't.
don't know why we haven't received it either. So, rather than plan on it again and not get it, I've zeroed it out.
Okay. So that's not like where we would get back, didn't get back money for,
It's
from,
just, it's just for
workman's comp
participating
or-
with them, with Kentucky Employees Health Plan. I don't know whether it's because, I imagine it's partially because they are a self-funded entity, and so maybe that they give back a portion. But quite honestly, when we look at our premiums versus our claims, we're generally upside down. So from that aspect, we don't deserve any.
oh, way to go. Way to put that out
We're
there.
just not
Thanks a
very
lot.
healthy. I've removed the Port Authority, but I will pull some of the older, I'll have to pull my backup from some of the older deposits and see if it tells me what house bill that was, to see if I can kind of figure out what's going on with that.
So we're not gonna put any anticipated money from the Port Authority for that one-time money that we're getting?
You talking about on the salary?
No.
No, I think he's talking
No,
about
I'm talking
the
about like the
dissolution,
dissolving it. Do we just,
Yeah, we'll just amend it in, we don't know what, the intent is to, if we can pay off the loan with the land acquisition, or the land that we got for the industrial park, then the line extension, get the TVA, in lieu, dollars to pay the line extension, and that way the line extension is not on our budget. That would be the goal, to use those monies to basically pay off or pay towards the industrial park.
but we agreed not to do any of that until everything is settled and then split, right? So that property essentially has to be sold first before we
Yeah,
even get to the cash.
yeah, the, Jason and Greg are actually doing the dissolving of the board documents this week, so it should be done. The vehicle sold and the property sold.
Oh, it is? Oh,
There was a quote from a local business for the property.
oh, okay. Okay, good. I hadn't heard that.
That was, what, last week?
Friday, we got confirmation on the offer, and then Tuesday, we received a price for the vehicle. So the vehicle sold, and then
Oh, okay.
as of Friday, everything was,
So they should
That's
hit.
good.
I don't know how long the process is for the dissolution, but they're doing the legal documents, so it may be before,
For this budget year.
yeah. Hopefully.
Okay.
Okay, road fund. State-funded paving projects. We have, a part of this line item is the flex funds that Michael Oliver told us about. Then there's our 80/20 bridge money, is that correct?
Yeah. Which one are you at?
024514. Road.
Yeah. The 80/20.
I've got the 193 and 80,000 and a 600,000.
We haven't been approved, the application that was submitted in November for those funds hasn't been approved. And I don't know if we're gonna get approved.
Okay.
We're waiting. There's other applications that were submitted in October, that are still. So,
Well,
we did put in for discretionary funds, about I think a little over $600,000 for the Hauser Road paving and the bridge. But as far as 80/20, that application hasn't been approved yet.
okay.
So I don't know what you want to do there. but
Right. If we want to
can-
go ahead and leave it in, or if we want to
we'll
pull it
leave
out.
We'll leave it for right now, and then you know, maybe June when we get to do the second reading, we can look at it.
Okay.
I can't tell you, other than it's been filed since November.
Okay.
It doesn't look like it's gonna get approved, in my opinion, but.
Okay. Truck license distribution is $223,513. The state gives us that number annually. Driver's license refund, it's around $3,000 every year. County road aid, we get this number in February, and I will budget of approximately 90% of whatever that full amount is, because we will not get that other 10% until the next fiscal year. I don't budget anything for maintenance signs or surplus anymore, just because when you have a budget amount in there and then we get some, usually when they say we're gonna sell these surplus items because I wanna buy this. Well, if we've already got something budgeted in there, they want us to exceed that before we can add to that line. So it doesn't work as well for the department heads. So I've stopped budgeting anything there, and just that way we amend the whole thing in, and that the department head and the court can have a discussion about how much of what we want to spend. The last thing I have in the road fund is interest. So road fund pulls in $2.250. A lot of counties operate solely on those funds. We go above and beyond.
County road aid, you mean?
Yes, yeah. And in some even smaller counties, there's a cost allocation spreadsheet that you can complete that will allow you to take from the road funds and put towards your times reviewing roads and the judge's time reviewing roads and the clerk's time for taking ordinances, and it allows you to pull small portions of that out of it. We don't do that, fortunately, but there are counties that do have to do that. So occupational tax dollars to balance will require $1,321,594. Do I have any questions about road fund? Okay. Jail fund. State fees, there is, annually, there's a one-time fee payment that we get from the state, and it's around 40,000 and some change. Medical payments, this is where, the judge, I assume, orders the inmates that they have to reimburse us for certain medical, that they have received treatment for. So we get that usually monthly, sometimes bi-monthly, or every 2 months. Contract with other counties, that is where we will house inmates for Lyon or Livingston or Graves or somewhere that has overflow, that we will house some other county's inmates, and we bill them for that. State prisoners. We are estimating $1,650,000. That's a pretty high estimate, but Roger's anticipating with the ankle monitor system that we'll be able to house less county inmates and more state inmates. So he's hopeful that we will be able to see an increase in their state prisoner population. Meeting is,
So we should find out if there's gonna be a cost.
okay.
That's an amount that
And
is an
where
unknown-
that
is an
cost would be
unknown
borne.
at this point, yeah.
Okay. House Bill 463 is, I'm trying to remember what, it's a local corrections, something, it's LCA. It's fairly new. Within the last 5 years, we've started getting these funds, and it's a monthly amount that we get. Legal process, this comes from the judicial system. Through the court system, we get these fees. Weekend payments, this is where the judge can order you to allow you to go serve on weekends. They charge you $25 a day to do that, so this is where that is deposited to, if you're allowed to do weekends. Phone commissions, Roger has agreements with certain phone companies, and they get a commission off a certain amount of usage. Just miscellaneous is 1,000 and 3,000 for interest. So occupational tax fund has to support the jail, the balance at $403,955. Now, I will say to, and this is true of the road fund, the general fund, and the jail, mostly the jail. So far this year, we have given, Roger has gotten no money into the jail fund from the occupational tax fund. I will probably need to give him $100,000 or $200,000 before the year's end to get his carryover balance healthy enough to sustain if the state were to not make payments. But the general fund and the road fund, both of their subsidy amounts, this road fund, $1,321,000, and the general fund, $2,616,000. I request to move those funds from you all on an as-needed basis. I'm watching that book balance. If we've still got cash in the bank, I'm not gonna ask to move it until we need that cash flow. So just because it's budgeted in there, that we would need $403,000, that doesn't mean we will actually need $403,000. It probably means we're gonna need more like $200,000 to $250,000. It just depends on the year and what happens, but
Safety.
yes. Because we're in hopes that our receipts are higher than we anticipated and our expenses are less than anticipated. Again, I don't budget anything for grant fund until we actually have those dollars in hand. I'll amend those in. 911. I've got averaging, looks like we are declining a little bit with landlines at, going from 170,000 to 160,000. I don't have any information on the wireless fees, so I held those at what they were this year at 212.
I think there was a, maybe a federal regulation or a bill that was passed last fall that, I don't know if it pertained to, co-ops or, you know, who it actually pertained to, but I know the one co-op, residents that have a landline with their, package, like, you know, you get a internet package or I know we got Windstream and we got a phone in that. We don't use it, but we pay the landline tax out of that.
Right.
But some folks have received notification that they can do away with the phone. So how that ties in, you know, when we had the town hall meetings, we were like, well, you can raise up the phone tax or fee, you know, $7, $8, $9. Well, when you do that, you know, people can get rid of the thing. I'll try to get more information on it. I know I'm not doing a good job of summarizing the actual language of it, but apparently that is something that's going on. And we all know if the landlines continue to decrease, right there's the the number, it's only gonna get less and less. Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. So it looks like our subsidy, as is for 911, is $372,950.
Out of the occupational tax.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, can I ask?
Yes.
You're about to go over what I was about to ask.
Okay.
So on occupational tax.
Mm-hmm.
Is that 4.2, does that seem low to you based on this time of the year, 3/4 in? Or is that what that number looked like in 16 and 17, 17 and 18, and then ended up being 6 million? I guess,
Which
you know,
4.2? Where we're at now?
Yeah.
That-
Yeah,
at
I
the
guess
end
my,
of-
what I'm getting
yeah.
at
Are you on
is,
4134?
yeah,
I feel like we're running on track.
to what?
We should bring in approximately really close to 6 million.
Okay,
A couple of years we've gone over that slightly. This past year we were slightly under it. So,
so
the
that
reas-
4.2, what I'm asking is, that 4.2
Mm-hmm.
does not concern you that
No.
it's not going to,
no.
based on where we are? You know
Right.
more about
Right.
when those
And-
come in.
Within the next 2 weeks, we will have gotten in and processed 95% of any occupational tax funds that we will get throughout the remainder of the fiscal year.
I
So,
gotcha.
and I know we had a close to $800,000 deposit last week.
After this was printed.
Yes, because that
Okay.
4.189, that's through the end of March.
Okay,
So,
So
no, we're running
it's-
on track there. And really,
so the
we,
5 million's being
5 million's conservative.
really,
But if we have a plant go on strike, or
yeah.
there's a lot of things that
Yeah, I
I'm
understand
really
that.
not
I just
comfortable
wanted to,
going much higher than 5 million.
yeah. Okay,
But yes, in all honesty, we get closer to 6.
okay.
That's got interest in there for the investments in checking, a carryover, and then our transfer out. So you can see that of our income and our outcome, I mean, we are doing better than we were, but we're still spending out the majority of what we get in.
And when you look at projects that, we've discussed, getting sewer across I-69 to where, land on the other side of the interstate could help develop that area. To me, this line, 4134, the more that we can reduce that subsidy out of that line, those dollars can be used for projects like that, that in turn is going to create, hopefully more jobs to where we can get more monies back into, that line.
Yeah, I cringe sometimes when Josh comes to us and that he wants to take those occupational tax dollars that are associated with the new business and apply them to a specific project. Mainly, I'm cringing because we don't necessarily have that much overflow to be applying to things outside of our needs right now. So he and I have a different thought about occupational dollars. And I think it's a good plan. I'm just not sure that we're stable enough yet to,
In this line right now, I don't think we are. We need to make proactive measures, just like we are with 911. You see that, you see its subsidy out of the OTA. 372, almost 373. That's one area where we can get those monies. But then you look at what we have to commit for retirement. There they go. Those dollars go right in the retirement, if that were the case. So I think she did a good job of breaking this down so that you guys can see how much the OTA is supplementing the general funds. And that's where, when I used to originally say, 911, for example, is affecting the budget, the general funds. It's actually affecting OTA because we're subsidizing from there. Where were you at?
I was just ending up with occupational tax. ABC, I made a few adjustments in this prior to the judge and I finishing working on getting to the final version he wanted to email out. I looked at regulatory fees over the past few years, and because we had just been duplicating budgets from the prior 2 years until we got a better sense of it. And we are at, I can tell you what we are at for right now. We are at $292,460 in regulatory fees for the year. We've been budgeting $245,000. I felt like we can bump that up to $270. I feel like we can handle that. Even if we had a store closed in the county, I still feel like that $270,000 is a good amount for that budget. I bumped that up. I also looked at their carryover a little more closely, and I feel like I raised it to 100,000. We had left it at, I'm trying to think what I left it at this past year, but I had to amended in 90,000 to get us to this 163,000 right now. So I bumped the carryover up. So that's kind of adjusted our budget amount up a little bit from our original budgets in years past, where in 2017-18 we were just at 230,000 in expenses. Receipts, 329 in the first year. So we've been, and I feel like this will probably fall back in future years possibly, because we had a couple of years there where we really weren't spending those ABC dollars as much as we should have. We had positions there that were not being filled by employees, so that edged us up. So I feel like over the next year or two, you're going to see that come back down and get into a lull, a groove of where we know what to expect.
We had actual 2 deputy positions that remained open that weren't filled. I think one was filled for maybe 5 months, but then there were like
Yes.
2. I mean, so there were monies that sat there that carried over, like she was saying. But Eddie's definitely he's filling those positions quick. So.
Do I have any questions about ABC? Okay, building inspection. Building inspection is kind of a guess, because I don't know how many we're gonna have. But, the only constant is gonna be Casey's 40% of his salary. The 80% for the inspectors, receipts are gonna have to go up for that expense to go up. So they will be according. I have estimated amounts. I took down electrical inspections quite a bit, but it only takes one big project somewhere to completely skew these. So these are kind of a estimate, but at the same time, that doesn't concern me because your expenses won't be high without your receipts being high. So if I've overestimated receipts, I've overestimated expenses, and they should never one outweigh the other. So that brings us to a balanced budget of $21,615,645. The end of this shows you, again, that trail of occupational tax dollars, where they've gone out and where they've gone to per fiscal year. Do y'all have any questions about those? I don't know that I printed this for you all. This is just the liabilities report. Our next payment on the judicial building is due September 1, but AOC will make that entire payment. At the end of fiscal year 20, we will have an outstanding balance of $1,079,125 left on those bonds. And our Arts Commission, in 2022, that can be paid off. They had to keep this loan for 10 years. At the end of fiscal year 20, it will have $387,296.24 remaining on that loan. And that's our only loans that are closed out to where I can report to DLG what liabilities we have. When KIA closes out, that would be added to this report. Another item that will be brought before you all for approval it's called a standing order. This is where you give me and Judge the authority to make payroll and pay utilities, some travel expenses. All of these line items have things that are either payroll-related, utility-related, or travel-related. And that gives us the authority to go ahead and issue those checks without you coming to court on every day before the 5th and me asking you to allow me to make payroll. So these are a list of all of those account numbers that are associated with those things, and we will ask for your approval on that. And this gets submitted to the state and local finance officer with the budget. And this is just, this is what we will read for the first reading. It's just a summary, tells you what fund and what that middle set of accounts codes. The 01 means general fund, and then the 5,000 means general government, 51 protection, 52 health and sanitation, 53, so it goes through these. But rather than reading every line item into the record, we just read these summary lines for the first reading. And I think if you all don't have any questions, I've gone over the overall.
No, you prepared it, good, broke it down. Now I think I understand it. We don't have any other discussion or questions. We were scheduled to go till 4, but we're doing good now, so.
Okay.
Adjourn, come back at 5.
So
Okay.
move. Second.
Thank y'all very much.
Thank you, good job.
Oh my gosh, I don't think that's big enough to get on. There we go.
Favor say aye.
Ah.
Any
Aye.
opposed?